welcome back to another stream. Why did I do it again? Welcome back to Dub. I can't do the intros right. Welcome back to Sub versus Dub, line by line. God damn it. What's wrong with me? I'm also not really well prepared. Of course, I went to the last minute because I was working on something else. I was flirting with the idea of working on the next thing for videos. If you're a patron, the next main channel YouTube video is live for you. And it'll be up for general on a particular day, because it's the dude's birthday that I'm posting it. If that gives it away. Hello, Greg. Music's too... Yeah, fair. How dat? How dat? How now, brown cow? Ready for some nausea of the... You're good, Logan. That was funny. Well done. Man. I am just so out of it. The last, one of these, the Ghibli Lo-Fi mix thing got my, dinged the content ID system, so let me whatever. Something like, just have it like this. I don't know why it's like you showing the top chat first. It should be like just higher up like that. Sounds good. Looking forward to the new video. Yeah. And then after that, I've said as much on Patreon, you know. I could just give the update now, I guess. I'm trying to make a video like that once a month, and I'm targeting a particular day in February, which is actually kind of a crunch. It's actually kind of soon. So I don't really know if I'll be able to swing that particular one. Maybe like a late February, but I want to go for a particular day, mid-February, just for sentimentality's sake. Sounds good. Let me share the stream on Twitter. Can't wait for Asbel's motivational do it speech. Yeah, make your dreams come true. Don't let your dreams be memes. Okay. Like so. First thing we're gonna do, there it is. Sort of. Hello. Is there a reason you're like, yeah, you're kind of supposed to be like that-ish. Yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, that works fine. It seems. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. One vid a month. Yeah, we're gonna try. Only for like up to summer. Cause like what I'm thinking is doing 2 more essays, kind of in the same length. Really not like under 10 minutes. For 2 more of those, and then one AMV, which I'm gonna start working on next because I want to try to submit it by February 10th for Anime Boston, and then by that time that will be the April release on the channel. Would be that AMV. So then May would be that would probably give me enough time to make the main channel video for this project, which will be done by then. Like this is not going to be that many streams, and like I'm going to be finished this long before May, so is the idea. So then the main end result video for this project will happen and will come out in May ideally, and then probably no videos June, July, August. And then by that point I would want to try to work on the main, like another big video, like a real essay video, not like these small chumpy ones, like cute little perfect ones, but they're not like, you know, the thing I'm big for, or what, I don't know. And that one I already have the idea for, but I'm currently finishing some of the shows that I'll be talking about there first. Anyway, We should start with some of the differences. This will be quick because I really don't. I'll read them out, I guess, but I didn't read these. I just saw the ones that were different. These are what I disagreed with when I first did this project in 2018. I pulled out the ones that were a differing opinion than what we did on stream. I assume you also have camp counselor. Right, but that'll be the last year. This is going to be the last year, I think. Reasons I don't have to elaborate on stream. It's not a big deal. It's not the worst thing. It's just not it. I'm just over it. But this, yeah, but I'm doing the one more year there. Anyway, sorry. Where's I at? Right. Okay. Yuba-sama. Why am I here? It should be over here. Sorry. Okay. All right. I disagreed a few times. I actually thought the sub was better. I got to this point from line 15 on September 3rd, 2018. About 4 hours of work, but my computer froze. Oh, wow, and I didn't save. Okay, so probably just rushed a bit. Both Frank and Kohei sound good in this line. Not much difference. I like how Kohei sounds like Santa saying, "Oh, Yuba-sama." I actually don't like that now. Nice to have the second man talk. I don't really think he talks, actually. He goes like, "Oh." Stewart addresses them by their names like he knows them personally. Yeah, exactly. That's partly why I end up combining the lines, and that's why I think it overwhelmed it. Nausicaa saying she's almost finished sounds more earnest and goal-oriented. I'm almost finished, then mochato. Yeah, I guess so, but I don't know. Whatever. All these I'm gonna disagree. For the most part. Nice work, princess. Io desna sounds pretty good, but mostly because I don't have a reason to give it to the dub. But I gave it to the dub because I combined the two. Thanks is better. Nice work, princess. Thanks is just better. Has the old dub won something yet? We've not been keeping track of stuff like that, Caster. But there have been a few lines where I'm like, I do think that's better. I do think Warriors did a better delivery than the dub, because the dub is like than the Buena Vista dub, because whether that's like the certain word choices and everything, it's usually not delivery. Usually the Buena Vista dub does better with delivery almost every time, and it's not officially counting. I'm not like writing any of those instances down. I'm not taking it too seriously, because it cuts 25 minutes out of the movie. So it's like hard. I didn't want to consider it in that regard. But I think it was good to include as an example, I think, or about it, I guess. Son of our party retrieve the rest of the shell first thing tomorrow. I liked the dub on this one because it wins on translation. Sending out a party sounds more goal-oriented. Yeah, the sub does that too, though. Come on, it's okay instead of Toito. I don't know why I hate to sound disrespectful of choosing the option without her name, which is why I chose it in this stream, just because it's a name we never hear again. She's not a character, really. I was going to give it to sub anyway because that's not a good enough reason, but saying it's okay, come on, it's okay, is really neat because it makes you suspect how important a figure Yupa is to the valley to approach it. I mean, you could also glean that just from how they're greeting him, maybe not being okay. Nausicaa being encouraging like that is more in line with her character, despite Sumi's tone being equally encouraging. I see where I'm coming from. I'm still going to give it to sub. From here to line 66, I'll off my save file again. Oh my gosh. I was dealing with shit. Ma'am is better. Yes, ma'am. It's better to show Nausicaa's status as more than just That's not good enough reason. Sub, I'm torn. Interesting translation change. Would you? Oh yeah, the whole Godfather thing. I'm sure Yupa gets Godfather offers all the time. Like I'm sure he's already Nausicaa's Godfather, but choosing a name before is pretty drastic, and it becomes a hanging thread because we never learn what that is. Yeah, who cares? That's why it's okay. I don't know. I don't remember my logic with that. I think I remember saying that the fact that it never comes up again, but whatever. I thought the dub here, I don't know what took me so long deciding this one. It's the wording again. It's good she credits Yupa with your blessing and sure to favor her. It's just more graceful press. Yeah, I mean, I gave with your bless. I gave this line to. Actually, I think I gave this to. Yeah, I gave this to sub and then this to dub, or I think, or something. Yeah. I actually gave this to dub and then this to sub. I just reversed the options. Interesting. I gave it to dub here. It's not much of a difference. I'll make the argument for dub because it makes sense. He sees to it. Yeah, I get. I made the same case, I think, but I forget the real reason I gave the sub. I feel like this is kind of redundant to go through these. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I'll go through it just for posterity, but I won't read every single one. It'll be it's here if you want to read it, I guess. Um, I disagreed earlier in 2018 about we should grow healthy to strong as the Princess Nausicaa. Okay. But Mito, that's how I found the Ohm shell. I thought that was dub and sub. I can't believe I gave this the sub. I thought this would. I thought at like piece by piece, it was way more convincing of dub. I thought. I thought it, I'm. He's like this close. Although the dub implies the jungle spreads faster. Yeah, exactly. Hidoi is more realistic and blunt than Grim. No, I think Grim is perfectly blunt. I don't know why it's different. How it's more realistic. It's actually a toss-up, so we'll lean towards. Yeah, I can understand it being a toss-up, but it wasn't a toss-up for me that time. Um, uh, we know that poison cannot reach us. That was what convinced me to do dub. Here's a case why calling it the sea of corruption is dumb. Yeah, that otherwise there's no argument in favor of the dub. Like, well, yeah, like, yeah, exactly. Hello, Vintage Weeb. Hello, Asaweeb. Sakash Tenani. I can't believe I gave this to the dub. Sumi is fucking adorable. I don't think it matches the expression. Yeah. It's too it's too childish sounding when she's clearly has the clout to actually be in this conversation. Yeah, but I have been in those conversations where like I do have the clout to be in these conversations and I still act a little kiddish and cute almost because I can feel my I just in certain situations like that, I can feel my presence in contrast to the more powerful older people. I always, I don't know. I can understand Sumi's performance in that instance. Sea of Corruption sounds like another term for DeviantArt. Ah, yeah. Uh, I did give dub to Chippy Khan. I love how Sumi sounds so endeared to the myth. Right. Allison buries that last part even though it's not key information. However, the dub directly asking if you're searching for the man in blue is the better prompt. Yes, it is a myth. No, I agree. That's why I gave the dub where he's like, it is a myth. But I think the sub pretty much asks the same question, to be honest with you. That's fair. Yeah, for preach some more. I can't believe I gave it to the I think there's enough difference because of the delivery, but I understand that's maybe not enough of a difference. Fine. Sub again, not much difference. I thought the switching here is good. They just swapped the phrases, which I might prefer for dub since it's like yeah, that's what I thought. Either way, she basically knows it's Mito. It's not supposed to be secretive or anything, and Japanese just isn't formulated like that. Which I know you could argue for those points I made earlier about keywords flowing in the next line. Well, I think she could have said Nani Mito, or like Mito, or like Mito Nandai. I think she could have said that in Japanese. She totally could have. That could have swapped either way. Anyway, Subi sounds kind of pissed more than Allison's curiousness with it's an airship. I guess. Which could have been not supposed to be there. Hmm. Yeah, Gull never specified it was a thing to look for, so this is kind of out of place. Look again. Right, the again part's weird. I could hear Miyazaki when Horan Mata. Oh, that I don't see that either. I like the addition of what in the world. Yeah, that's fair. What in the world's an airship? But I think that we chose it because Borderland all the way out here does its job and is more casual to other denizens. Sub comes off as more expository. But expository is perfectly fine in a sci-fi series, I think. To specify that it's a Borderland is fine. Kudawa is great because it already abruptly cuts the others short. No, I think she can cut it. I think that this line cuts it perfectly fine as well. Um, It's enormous. I like for some reason I like okay. Yeah. Stutters and it sounds more frightened about it. Yeah, but I don't think that was really matching what the visuals were. He didn't seem as frightened. He's just like, oh shit. It's like an oh shit moment, right? And so that's I don't know. That's the first mention of Telmekia. It's important, and the sub buries it. Too fast, too low volume. Yeah, I agree. It also gets colored by heavy transport. Something like Tomikia Funeda or Tomikia Desu would have been better. Yes, but we chose sub the because as you see throughout the movie, they do emphasize more about types of ships, gunship, the heavy transport, and everything like that, and that is an aspect of the movie that Buena Vista. I've never needed it, obviously, but it's a point that it's a detail that I think it erases, and I'm giving credit to the dub for adding detail. So erasing detail, I think it's the same thing. Equivalent exchange. Although only one of my three translations uses the correct wording. None of you, what are you doing? You mustn't aren't muchacha. Right. No, I agree. I think the tone in the dub comes off as too belittling. No, I think he that's his character of like really caring about her. Certainly reasonable say almost comes off as it's too dangerous for you, which gets a big nope from me. I like how panic stricken sub sounds. Yeah, that's not a bad point. He does sound more panic stricken, which would intrinsic in that. That's not too bad, actually. Hmm. I'm actually convinced by that. I'm actually convinced by that, I think. Yeah. But I'll look over my notes as well. Going back to the stream. I'll guide them to the coast. Put this the things over here. Much chat. Oki makes me think the character should mix with Gaku character in Nausicaa stares at giant school. Oh yeah, yeah. Um, I kind of don't like either of these deliveries. Sumi sounds rigid, and Allison sounds like she's reading a script. They're supposed to sound calm and confident here. But dude, like, choose one then. They both exist. You can't just be like neither sound good. The fuck? Um, sorry, Patrick Drury saying "Here they come" sounds much more foreboding and badass. I think I acknowledged that in the thing, and I'm like, it's not really the time for things to be badass and stuff. Not to mention the audience doesn't have a good enough frame of reference to know what turned around means. What turned around where? Oh, hey, they got. I guess, but it's not a strong reason in my opinion. They could go either way too. I think I'll give it to sub for having this gas moment. No, no, for B for the delivery of the handcuff instead of yeah, but then like the dub has her actually like make noise. I would say that's way more important to show that she's actually alive. Um, Again, it's pretty neck and neck with Gaul. While the dub's performance is overall great, there aren't any choices so far that really say yeah, that like okay, yeah, you can't kill. I forget my reasoning for that, but understandable. I'll give it a dub only because sub just wheezed a little too sharply there. Sounds like she just got stabbed. I don't even know what this is talking about with the princess and everything. Not too different with this one. I think there's a difference for sure. And then thanks, Mito. Allison sounds weirdly low energy, and Sumi sounds at least grateful, gleefully. What the fuck? I disagree. Um, yeah, dub. I actually give this to dub. It's so oddly sanitized in comparison for a movie that already has guns and blood and explosions and death. But that's more of the translation than words. Thank goodness. Do you mean besides thank God? It's good to hack the highlight of insects coming to its aid more than, oh, if we killed just one insect. I don't know where I don't even know what I'm talking about. I can't believe I gave it to Enome instead of Ohm. Are you kidding me? Such a minuscule difference. I think there's an argument to be made. If she just says Ohm, it comes off as a name, like it's a specific Ohm. No, no, I don't think so. I know she could have just said Omuda, but I like the idea that it's just Ohm. Now subs could probably just put N-Ohm, no harm, no foul. Oh, come on. Come on. Whatever. I'm there those notes don't only do about half the movie, so I won't be here for long, but I don't it's like watching your old videos almost. Funny enough. I'll let you guys know I have at 6:30 I have to take a small break to feed my roommate's pets because they are out on a journey. Journey. Let me just is that not it? Okay. Gotta put the headphones on. Yeah. All right, here we go. We're back. Where are we at? Sorry. All right. So notice once again the dub does a lot more with Foley, like SFX, whatever. You know, like everyone's like hunting in silence. Like, are you like really? Like, I guess what is this valley a library?
This row is clear.
This area. It's all clear.
We haven't covered this part yet.
The West Grove is open.
Do you see any?
You know, that just makes more sense to me. This is so clearly, important. Like, I think it's valuable, because it doesn't just look like because they're doing a very deliberate task, right? They're not just like like this. Just looks like they're doing something specific and something they do all the time. You know, look at this. He actually like moves his mouth. Look, it looks like he calls something out. You know, and then he's not saying anything. But like, it makes sense that they're all. It's like they've been working all night, all through the night and into the day, which is probably what they were doing. Is the journey like Pooh's Grand Adventure the best Winnie the Pooh movie? Yes, let's go. Yeah. I don't. Was I just referencing that? No, no. Journey is a YouTube poop thing, or it was like it's like a commercial or something originally. I only just discovered what the actual reference was.
来てこっち
こっち
やっぱりあの船に星がくっついてたんだね Over here! I found one! あった来て
あった来て Yeah, kite, fune. Fune? I don't know why that's there. I think I gave up. This round I actually just gave up on trying to add the furigana, so sorry. Kochi. All right. I found one.
They found one?
Hey, you hear that? Oh, they found one?
They found one?
Down here!
Down here instead of Kochi.
こっち
Over here.
That ship was infested with spores, all right. やっぱりあの船に星がくっついてたんだね
I like how much younger he sounds in the dub.
That ship was infested with spores, all right.
Like the way he kind of like talks kind of slow almost. I guess there were spores on that ship after all. That ship was infested with spores. Wait. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't put There's so many steps. There are so many things to do with this project. I keep Man, I have to make like a really dedicated list of things I have to do every project. But I missed the step. I did put all the Japanese, but I forgot to put the G-Kid subs. So unfortunately those are not going to be here this stream. But so all we have is like the sub bait, the compiled sub pretty much. I guess there were spores on that ship after all, huh? Yeah. No, I think I just like the dub more because he just sounds better. Is a little weird. Down here instead of over here. I guess the Kochi is fine either way. Yappari is like that. Definitely, yeah, it's all right. Yappari fune ni hoshidoku. Yeah, spores. Hoshidoku, like star poison. Kind of interesting. I guess there were spores on that ship after all. I'm gonna go dub.
Good thing you found this before it released its poisons.
Again, because his mouth is obscured and it cuts away from him, the dub is able to give more detail to that. So the sub just goes, good, it's not poisonous yet. There's not much left to go. Oh, so yeah, I combine these two for so good, it's not poisonous yet. Instead of good thing you found this before you released its poisons. Like that gives way more. I think that's much better context.
Keep up the good work, son.
That's encouragement versus not much left to go. I don't know. I think it's more directly complementary, which kind of gives a sense of unity with the valley and everything. This one.
I'll keep searching till I find every last one.
Cute. I actually really like the sub more, just because like it'd be really bad. He just says even if we miss even one, it'd be really bad. I think he's just that feels more camaraderie, like he's talking as an equal, than being like I'll do my best and
I'll keep searching till I find every last one.
And the dub, the performance is endearing to that type of dialogue, but he just feels like he's suckering up more almost. Whereas I don't know, just feels more camaraderie that way. I think I like the sub there.
Oh, what in the world do you think that thing is?
Hey, what's this big hunk of junk?
Ah! Alright, what's this big hunk of junk? What the hell do you think this thing is? Nandaro kono katamari wa. I don't really know what he's... I don't know what that's supposed to be. This katamari, this katamari, yeah. This mass is kono katamari wa. For some reason, he just sounds really... That the audio quality sounds really different in the dub.
Oh, what in the world do you think that thing is?
It's kind of distracting. I think for that reason, I'm going to give it sub. Yeah. As much as I like that line, what in the world do you think that thing is? I like that that particular line, but I think it sticks out of place in a weird way.
I don't know. The fire didn't seem to harm it at all. I wonder why it didn't burn up in the fire.
Even in that blaze, it didn't burn. I like that the I don't know is more of an actual response to the guy's question. And harm it at all. It is alluding to what Lestel was like, burn everything. He's like, it didn't do any, the fire didn't do anything. So I like the dub on that one. I'm gonna cruise through these.
Okay, everyone, we'll examine this thing later. Go help look for spores in the fields. Make sure you get every last one of them. What a mess those Tolmekans dumped on us.
You notice there's also a bit of a reverb here.
Make sure you get every last one of them. What a
little reverb at the end there.
What a mess those Tolmekans dumped on us.
All right, gentlemen, we'll figure that out later. Right now, let's get busy and burn those spores.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Be sure you destroy all of them. This is a terrible tragedy.
This is a terrible tragedy. Oh, okay, they do have some. Never mind. I'm silly. I'm just used to the sub not including that. Okay. All right, everyone. Sa mina. We'll deal with this later. We'll examine this thing later. I like this. Instead of we'll deal with this later, we'll take, because that's what they've been doing, is just looking at it, because that's all they can do. I don't. Did you say like ima? I don't know why the translation just goes the right now. Right now they need help burning the spores. Go help look for spores in the fields. And that gives more of a visual of what we just saw in the previous scene. And obviously like assume like destroy it, like help burning the spores. Like I don't know, I feel like looking makes sense. Just like look for them, because that's, you know, some people were looking and other people were actually burning once they were found, you know. It's not like, I don't know. Yeah, make sure you get every last one of them. Be thorough, everyone. Tanamuzo. Yeah, I think the being specific, make sure you get every last one of them. What a lovely present they've brought us. A little sarcasm?
まったく厄介なものを持ち込みよって。まったく厄介なものを持ち込みよって。
Mataku. What is it? I know Google Translate's not a good resource, but right. Mataku yakana ikaina mono o mochite. Okay. I like that he's referencing the Tolmekians again. What a mess they dumped on us. It's a little condescending almost. I think it's a little more elaborate, colorful. Yeah, we give dub.
Mito, ここを見ろ。
Mito, take a look at this.
Oh,
Mito, ここを見ろ。
something in Patrick Stewart's performance here, very specifically, like lower, kind of like a whisper, like, "Hey, don't say this out loud."
Mito, take a look at this.
Instead of
Mito, ここを見ろ。
I really like Patrick Stewart's performance there. Take a look at this instead of Koko wo Miro. I think it's not too much different translation wise. So I think it's going to be dubbed for Stewart's like whispery delivery.
Mito, take a look at this.
Axel, look at that.
Look at that.
あ、動いとる。まるで生きとるようだ。
So let me just do this beat by beat.
あ、
Oh,
What?
I like the what? It's like, what? No way.
Hey, it's pulsating.
Hey.
動いとる。まるで生きとるようだ。
It's beating like a heart. Looks like this thing is alive.
Oh, I love that. You know, specifically, like, instead of just like it's moving, like, oh, it's moving, it's beating like a heart. And it sounds like it too, right? He's giving you that visual. And he's like, looks like this thing is alive. Not like Marade. I could have, if I didn't know better, I think this is alive. Like, looks like this thing. Like, he already knows if it's beating like a heart. He's like, oh, it's alive, you know? I think that already there, but let's see.
ユパ様、これは。
これは?
Lord Yuba, what is this?
Pretty much. これは really is more like, this is, as if he would know. I don't know if Yupa really knows. Like, what is this? You know, and Yupa's right there. He would more likely just ask him that instead of just be like, oh, isn't this one of those, you know? Anyway, I'm going to give it a dub on that.
Hey, it's pulsating. Like living matter. I've certainly never seen anything like that before. What is it, my lord?
What is it, my lord?
旅の途中で不吉の噂を聞いた。
I gotta do this bit by bit so that I don't get copied. I don't die. Copy content ID.
旅の途中で不吉の噂を聞いた。
While I was traveling, I heard a frightening rumor.
During my travels, I've been hearing ominous rumors. While I was traveling, I heard a frightening rumor. I like a frightening rumor, like a particular one, instead of I've been hearing ominous rumors, like people have been saying. I think it's a little wishier.
旅の途中で不吉の噂を聞いた。
And then delivery-wise,
While I was traveling, I heard a frightening rumor.
again, he's like, I love this particular delivery from Patrick Stewart with with the previous line too, how he's very lower register, trying not to say this super loud, but still really kind of like, oh shit, kind of deal.
ペジテシの地下に眠っていた旧世界の怪物が掘り出されたというのだ。
Oh.
It was said that a monster from the old world was unearthed from deep beneath the city of Pegite.
That a monster from the ancient world has been excavated from beneath the city of Pegite where it had been sleeping. That is way too verbose. That is way too verbose. It was said, for the rumor, that a monster from the old world... I like the old world instead of ancient world. Because they were referencing 1,000 years since the collapse of industrial civilization, and not like ancient world, like even ancient for us, like our standards of ancient too. Like, I think that can conflate things. Was unearthed, has been excavated from deep beneath the city of Pegite. Deep beneath the city where it had been sleeping. I don't think it, yeah, I think it's redundant, but I like deep within the city of beneath the city of Pegite. Yeah. And then again, I think his delivery really sells it a little bit better. Like, I think it's Yupa's similar kind of delivery of just like info dump.
旅の途中で不吉の噂を聞いた。ペジテシの地下に眠っていた旧世界の怪物が掘り出されたというのだ。
It's also like, again, the same tone. It's like the same like the same sounds, like tone the entire time, very monotone.
While I was traveling, I heard a frightening rumor. It was said that a monster from the old world...
A monster from the old world...
was unearthed from deep beneath the city of Pegite.
Yeah, he just has way more of a narrative arc throughout the sentence, you know? It's just way more captivating in that way. Yeah. I'll definitely give it to dub.
A monster from the old world.
What kind of creature?
A monster from the ancient world. A monster from the old world. Again, I prefer old world over ancient world. And then let me try the performances.
A monster from the old world.
He doesn't frame it as a question. He just restates it. Kind of like this. A monster from the old world. Like, whoa. He's already affirming, he already kind of believes what Yupa is saying. And again, I also like old world more. Yeah.
A giant warrior.
Here's another major term. A little crossroads of what do we choose?
A fire demon.
A fire demon. Oh, man. A Titan warrior. So, the real pronunciation here, I'm mainly using this for pronunciation. Kyoshin Heida. Giant god soldier. Giant warrior is, fair. Titan warrior. Kyoshin Hei. So, Kyoshin is obviously, so Heida. So soldier or warrior. And then Kyoshin, which is giant god. Shin. Yeah, so Titan warrior or a giant warrior. I actually don't know what the G-Kids translation is, and I know it was translated slightly differently in the manga. I'm pretty sure it's different. They emphasize God warrior. I think it's God warrior in the manga or something. But yeah, Titan. I think that makes the most sense because it alludes to it being huge and being like, when it's saying like the Titans, kind of like is it Greek mythology, right? So it gives it that Shin part, the kind of godly aspect. Kyoshin, Heika, warriors. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. So I think I prefer Titan warrior over giant warrior. Giant is also kind of generic. As much as I've been attached to giant warrior. Kyoshinhei.
火の7日間で世界を焼き尽くしたという
Koitsuga, a Titan warrior, the monsters that burned the world in 7 days of fire. Interesting. He doesn't even...
A giant warrior from the 7 days.
I don't know why he says, you mean. He just says, from the 7 days of fire.
Giant warrior from the 7 days of fire. That was 1,000 years ago.
I really like how often the dub, the Buena Vista dub, emphasizes 1,000 years ago to reinforce the narration. To keep linking it back to our time, basically. A giant warrior from the 7 days of fire. Again, I think I prefer this wording. It just makes more sense, I think. And then, yeah, it can't be instead of kore koitsuga. This is great.
It can't be.
One of
The way he synchronizes his eye wink to can't be.
It can't be.
That's awesome. It's way more frightened too. He's just like, oh, fuck.
one of those that destroyed the ancient world with 7 days of fire? I've heard about them.
Ah! I've heard about them. Yeah, okay.
巨神兵は全て化石となったはずだった。
Oh.
After they incinerated the earth, all the giant warriors were said to have turned to stone.
Again, because it's voiceover, they can flesh it out more. All the Titans were thought to be dead and fossilized. Instead of after they incinerated the earth, so giving context, time, and place, all the giant warriors, all of them, which is the same as all the Titans, were said to have turned to stone. Again, like the rumors and stuff were said to have turned to stone instead of dead and fossilized. You know, they died. I like that it isn't until the giant warrior shows up at the end of the movie and the kid says, "Oh, it died," right? I like that when it says that they have turned to stone, it feels like they kind of served their purpose, and then that's just what happened to them, and not just they died. Yeah, I like that we're said to have turned to stone. And then the second half of this line.
だが、地下で1000年も眠り続けていた奴がいたのだ。
However, this chrysalis managed to survive for 1,000 years. Which of this is chrysalis, I wonder? Daga, chikade, so underground. Chitose mo nemuri Suzuke te kete ga ita no da. Chitose, 1,000 years. Underground for 1,000 years. Apparently one has I like the apparently. I don't know where they're getting chrysalis from. This chrysalis, you know, in this particular translation.
After they incinerated the earth, all the giant warriors were said to have turned to stone. Apparently one has lain dormant deep underground for the past...
Dormant deep underground.
1,000 years.
Again, emphasizing 1,000 years. I think it's really cool. Apparently one is laid dormant, kind of as he's looking at it. And then, yeah, turned to stone and everything. I think it's way better.
They were petrified, turned into cold stone fossils long ago. But one of them didn't die and has been sleeping underground for 1,000 years.
It's interesting how similar to sub, and then also takes some stuff from the Buena Vista dub. He's gasping a lot there. Now that you mention it, it does look humanoid. How? Hitono katachi mo? Katani? The shape of a person? Even in the shape of a person? Where? What are you high? Instead, a completely different line in the dub.
If they unearthed it in Pejite, what was it doing on a Tolmekian ship?
Asking the right question. This is what they were doing. Like, where did they get this thing? If they unearthed it in Pejite, what's it doing on a Tolmekian? Perfect. Unquestionable.
And this is it. Kinda scary if you sit around and think about it.
Kind of scary. Weird. Again, it's such a good line when you have all that information and now you have the shot of the full thing in front of you. What's the thing you ask, or say? I think you ask the right questions here, and then you put answers.
トルメキアは遥か西方の凶暴な軍事国家。死んだペジテの領袖といい気になる。
Kiminaru. Tomekia is a ruthless military. So like, it makes the previous line even worse because like, why is he suddenly talking? Now he's talking about Tomekia is a ruthless military state in the far west. I like that the dub specifies that its rulers are very warlike. They do not blame the citizens or the state itself. It's a ruthless military state in the far west. Its rulers are very warlike.
Tolmekia is far to the west, and its rulers are very warlike.
I like that.
That they had a Pejite hostage on board worries me.
So he says this is troubling. Although the actual Japanese, it's like Kiminaru. I'm curious. Kiminaru, right? I'm excited. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird. Fuandes would be like more what he's actually trying to say, if he was trying to say this is troubling. Hostage specifically. Do they say hostage in? Because there is a specific word. It's like tojin or something, or shin. It makes me angry to be a prisoner of a dead Pejite. Kininaru. Shinda. Yeah, Shinda Pejite. Dead Pejites? No, Roshuto? Yeah, I don't know. But it's just way more succinct in the dub, I think. And yeah, I like the previous line too.
Temecula's violent army raided Placida and then captured Princess Listel and this sleeping demon.
And then, because of the fact that the beard stops moving for a second, so he pauses.
And then captured Princess...
Stupid. Not a great line read, unfortunately. Alright.
Take care of the rest, will you?
Little right there at the end.
Take care of the rest, will you?
I'll be right back.
Take care of the rest, will you? Ato onegai. They kind of just... She's really quick there.
Take care of the rest, will you?
Yeah, I just think she's way more polite in the dub. Yeah.
What can that be?
Nanikashira. What can that be? No, I don't think there's too much difference, so we could give it to sub. I think the performances are pretty even too.
What can that be?
Once again, have to show the Foley. Very little noise. Alright. Versus.
What's that? What's that?
What's that?
What?
I think the villagers end up getting way more panicky in the sub towards the end. As much as I like the distinguishedness of the voices in the crowds here, that kind of high pitched scream that kind of that soars above it is also. But I don't think the mix allows them to. I actually like how much louder the screams are in the sub. Yeah, I think I'd go with sub actually there. And I think that, yeah, the Warriors just used the exact same Japanese audio. Yeah, they use the exact same Japanese audio. It's crazy. Okay. Nausicaa's line.
Nausicaaの船だ。みんな後ろへ。Tomekian airships! Get everyone to the castle! Out of the way!
Those are Temeculans! They're attacking us!
Tomekia no Fune.
Tomekian no fune da.
Funeda, Tomekian ships instead of Tomekian airships. It's interesting how, you know, the nuances are I like, I don't know, Tomekian airships. She also sounds a lot more like surprised in the dub.
Tomekian no fune da.
That she's like much more analytical. She sounds in the sub here. She's like, oh, I know what those are, instead of
Tomekian airships.
like, oh shit.
Minna shiro e.
Mina shiroe. Like, get everyone to the castle, she just says. It's Mina shiroe.
Airships! Get everyone to the castle!
I like the get everyone to the castle is as an order. That's way more way stronger. And then she doesn't say anything here, but I really like that she shouts out of the way here.
The castle! Out of the way!
Because it's like, get out of the way, is because you see the people there. It's like, oh my god, they could just land on these people, you know. So I think that oh fuck kind of deal. Yeah, I'm gonna give dub on that one. All right, more screaming. Yes, again, they use the exact same Foley and the Warriors. Actually, might want to give it to sub because, again, I think the mix just is much stronger. It sounds like a lot more people are screaming. Instead of just giving it to the individual person. I think in these instances, the strength that the dub is showing is not entirely playing to the favor of some of these scenes. I'm going to give it a sub on that one.
Everyone in the castle! Everyone in the castle! Hooray! They're after father!
All right. So, a couple parts here. Mina Shiroe. Should take cover in the castle. I don't know why you insert that, because she only just says Shiroe. Maybe this is supposed to be like that? Maybe it's... Yeah, hold on. Atsumare? Wait, Atsumare is gather. Isn't it? Atsumare? Atsumare is, yeah, gather together or whatever. Get together in the castle. So the panting... I like that Allison actually continues to breathe until she says the line. Right? Versus... she kind of like takes a little breath before. I think that it's smoother in the dub here. Again, the way she gives some of these orders is exactly the same as like Takiyoshite, Buskeroso. Like, it doesn't work. I don't think it rings all that right.
Everyone in the castle!
And again, like, there's a difference in her screaming. It's not just, even though it's the same thing, there's a difference there. It sounds like she cares more.
Everyone in the castle!
You know, the mixing's really good there because it really sounds she's projecting a lot. I think Atsumare Shiroe instead of I think that matches way better with the animation there. Her instead of to the castle or whatever. I think it's much stronger there. And then oh, she's such a sharp inhale, like oh, and then she just says father. You know, it's like that's it. But she gives a. I think that she could just say father in the English, but she has to match the lip flaps here.
They're after father.
You know, like it gives him it's more clear of what she thinks is happening to her dad. It's not just shit away. It's like, oh no. It's more like oh, they're after him kind of deal. I think and that amplifies the music sting right after that, where it's like yeah. All right. Once again, there's not much that sounds way more intimidating. They're all like chanting like wow, 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 wow. And like the guy is clearly saying something. Like I would imagine, like why is he just? and I don't know. It's similar. I guess it's kind of just like Castle of Cagliostro with those ninja like assassin guys that get sent after Lupin early in the movie, and they kind of shuffle around him, and they're all really quiet. And to Miyazaki, that's really menacing, I guess. But I think it makes sense for an army to be chanting. And also the coverings, the way that they sound muffled and everything. It just it's like it feels like it's missing something without that, honestly. I didn't even include that here. Great. 158A. Soldiers. Move out. Move. Yeah. All right. Now to jail. It sounds like he's really gonna square up here. Watch me do something, anything.
Oh, Baba, quickly, hide yourself.
It does, like, when you think it's like, oh, at first he sounds like really detached and disinterested, but it's really just more like he's steadfast because he can't do anything. He's bedridden, so he's just resigned basically. So this makes sense, and it makes it also just that's what he looks like in the animation. He looks way more resigned to his fate, than like. It just doesn't match the animation, I don't think.
They'll be here any minute. Go hide yourself.
I don't really have much to say about that.
I think I'll stay right here.
My place.
I'm sorry if
Stay right here.
yeah. Let me
I think I'll stay right here. I think I'll stay right here.
Washi koko ni iru yo. I'm here. It's like I'm here. It's like I think I'll stay right here. And then she's also kind of like a little spitey and everything. It was in her character, especially the way that she's been framed in the previous scene. But it's I think it just sounds a lot more unreasonable in this particular situation. And I don't think there's much difference in the performance.
My place is by your side.
It makes him sound like it's his wife. Is it? I don't think it is. see the difference there. I actually don't even have that on here, so I'll just include it in this lieutenant's part, which... Again, they don't say anything, right? Up there. Up there. You know what I mean? It's just more intimidating. It feels... I get the idea, but it just makes more sense to have dialogue there, I think. Yeah, again. But in weird ways, Warriors of the Wind is actually a more faithful dub than Buena Vista. And then not faithful in others. In the way it's not faithful in the way people notice. In the way people always really care or realize. Do it! They actually have, again, like that. And when it's just... When it does zoom in, it's kind of weird and awkward. Do it! You know, cutting it. This makes sense.
Princess!
That's a really interesting change. They actually made it from the mom
Princess!
than the kid. I think the juxtaposition of the kid saying something to her father being assassinated is much stronger, I think.
Get the children inside!
Ah! I guess that's nice that she's still thinking of them, but she's way too occupied to say that, I think. All right. Big moment. Big moment. I'm just going to go piece by piece here. A big gasp. You know? Okay. All right. I think it's too quick. I think she just goes, "Oh no!" But you can actually hear her a little bit more in this initial, like her gasping. You can't even hear her in the sub.
How can you?
Oh my god. So, onore instead of how could you, I much prefer her saying how could you, because she's trying to stay polite, and that she's been regal and princess her entire life. That's all she's ever been taught, and she's very, very rarely violent. She's only really violent twice in this movie. Technically once. Really, it's just this time. The first one is a little more composed, but a little more badass. But this one, it's like really important because this is like her break. This is a breaking point for her. Yeah, so it's this line here. I don't know. I'd get the children inside is over here. Because get the children inside are over here is over here, I believe. So I think it makes more sense to her for her to say how could you instead of bastards because of her politeness, even though she's not she's dropping the politeness pretty much. Obviously the holding it out instead of right? Because after she finishes it, her mouth is still open. Yeah, I don't know. But her yelling is just, you know.
How can you?
And then you know, it just sounds like she's losing her voice, losing her control as she's saying that. She sounds hysterical, in not like in a haha way, in like a madness kind of way. Yeah, I just think it's way stronger. All right, so it's kind of both her and the soldiers grunting. Let's go for she's like a witch. She's like a fucking witch in Minecraft, bro. Okay, we're gonna look at both the soldiers and her grunting. I should just put this as one line, honestly. Okay. Okay, I have to remember, I have to break this down into bits because it's kind of a long scene. So this is first shot. All you can really hear is Nausicaa. So you actually don't hear too much of her screams. I like that because she doesn't... So yeah, just like the soldiers are much louder. They're like, ooh, ooh, you know. The three screams in a row, they just sound exactly the same, right? It feels way more realistic for the way she's screaming here. It's just like more breathy and everything, and then saving the big scream part. Again, she'd already done like how could but then saving it for this part in the animation. You know, it makes that part stand out more versus like it doesn't have the same flow as sonically as an action scene, which is so weird to think, right? Like thinking of an action scene sonically. And then there's this part. All right. It just makes more sense. I think Kuroto's grunts here are way better synced. What is that? Yup. Yup. Again, the same kind of like. It's like it gets redundant, right? And then him going like, you know, doesn't even say anything. Only there he goes like, ooh. I just think that it's just works better, I think. Again, the soldiers don't say anything. It's a thing that I think it's specifically Miyazaki's choice to not have the villains who are all masked and everything make any noises at all. And that's what I think he got that specifically from his previous movie in Cagliostro, where the masked assassins didn't say anything. And that worked because they were quiet, like ninja-looking assassins. Why would this guy be completely quiet? What reason does he have to be totally silent? You know, it's like, it's weird. Versus... You know, it like, there's an actual combat part. There's actual fighting. Hello, Space Hunter M. Good to see you. No, it's just sweat it. I am going a bit cloppier pace this time because I was like 4 hours 45 minutes. It's okay. I'm not gonna. That's okay. I'm good. We're trying to go a little bit better clop. Yeah, but like it sounds like a closer fight. And then again, Sumi versus Allison. It's weird how quiet this part is. It's mostly focused on like the sword swinging sonically again. They actually quieted the knife sound effect, the clashing, which I think makes sense because like they wouldn't. I don't know if they would make that much noise against. Like it's obviously a sturdy pipe, but I don't think it's like steel or something. It's not like maybe it is, but. So let me look at Allison's. she's actually grunting a little bit. You know, there's an actual like back and forth instead of just like complete satsujin. It like doesn't even, again, like Sumi really guttural, like keeps it all in. Again, like I like that she kind of like is, instead of again. Her screams always sound very. That was the first one that actually sounded any different. It's most likely ceramic. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what I thought. Her mouth is open the whole time, and she only does like the. That just sounds like that looks like an error. I'm not kidding. It looks like a fucking error. And then yeah, they go ha. But then she only makes noises when she's offensive. Every time she does a strike, she does like a ha. But every time she makes a defensive move, there's no noise. Right? Like when she flips backwards here. Right? Versus the first of all, the knight actually kind of like giving like a again, much better. I even if it's not like right away, it also just sounds like she's way more exasperated. Just like, God, more of them. Shit. Yeah, I like the pum pum right. And they don't sound too different, too similar either. And then the duh. And actually like grunts when she lands because yeah, doing a huge backflip like that and then landing. Right? There's no mineable ore by the time Nausicaa takes place. Oh wow, yeah. Oh, you're right. It's a zirconian ceramic sword. Oh, you're right. Perhaps the intent was to emphasize her ferocity, pent-up aggression. Oh, sure. But this is like it's indicative of Sumi's performance throughout the whole movie, where when she's wincing, she hardly ever winces in pain that much. She always really keeps it like, you know. And Allison is a lot more fleshy and like reasonable, you know. It's like it's more there. Yeah, I just think it's way more natural that whole time. I think she does, and then again, obviously the inclusion of the soldiers grunting just makes more sense than having to be quiet. I don't get that. Dude, that's just the Japanese. This is supposed to be Warriors of the Wind, and so like the past couple of Foley effects with the crowds, they've been doing the exact same thing as the Japanese, like being very faithful in that way. But then you have but then this is definitely the Japanese. That's just the Japanese. It's incredible. It literally is like they overlapped. They couldn't like fully take out. I don't know what they're doing here, but this is so I feel like I've hardly ever seen this where they are mixing the dub with the Japanese screams. Because you can hear her like that. There's some definitely original ones where she's like, but then it's like two voices. Yeah, you can actually hear Sumi in there, but she actually added her. They added her on top of it. Ooh. Again, more circumstantial evidence that the engineer recording assembling was very hurried. Yeah. Very interesting.
Nausicaa! Nausicaa!
I like that she gives a little gasp in the dub.
Nausicaa.
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 She's more like, "Go, stop!" Right? Like her intention, whereas Nausicaa's like,
Nausicaa.
over Sumi's for some reason. Yeah. That's very interesting. I gotta get up with that one. Ooh. Really ferocious. More of a battle cry. Very close, actually. That one's just, especially the whoosh. There's a whoosh in the, there's it there, but it's not as intense. And then... Good gasp. Versus like, oh. Yeah. Hey! What is she, Link? Again, more soldiers in the back, too. Several dubs still add new vocals over them, but some do not. Interesting. I'm gonna give her Scream there. I've totally borked the order again. Scream. Gasp. Yeah, good with that. Love that gasp. Yeah, which if a dub or sub in that one instead of yeah, so sharp. Doesn't she sound like Masako Nozawa in that clip? Doesn't she sound like fucking Tetsuro or Goku or... I'm not gonna lie. She kind of sounds like Goku. Holy shit. Wow. Oh yeah, dub. Cool. Oh my god.
そう動くな。動けばオウムの皮より削り出した。このツリンがセラミック装甲も貫くぞ。
Right, ceramic.
Don't move!
Ooh.
そう動くな。
So, gukuna.
Don't move!
I like that he's actually kind of in pain a little bit because obviously his wrist is stabbed. He's like, don't move.
Don't move!
Instead of just...
そう動くな。
I don't know. Princess Goku, I mean. Princess Sun Zero. Yeah.
動けばオウムの皮より削り出した。
Hey, you can hear the soldier again.
This ohm shell knife can slice right through that zirconian ceramic armor of yours.
I don't know why there's a pause here.
動けばオウムの皮より削り出した。このツリンがセラミック装甲も貫くぞ。
Yeah, it's 2 sentences. I love how it succincts it into 1 sentence. This knife is fashioned from an ohm shell. This ohm shell knife can, yeah, duh, like that. It gets the point across, and it's way smoother and quicker. Can slice right through that zirconian ceramic armor. Again, referencing the zirconian ceramic sword thing. Like butter. Is there any... Again, is that like an embellishment from this particular translation? Which, I apologize, I didn't put the G-Kid subs in this batch this time. I just forgot about it, unfortunately. If he moves, the swords carved from this king's skin will pierce his ceramic arm. Yeah, he doesn't like butter. I know. I'm fine with like liberties like that in translations like this. It's just, that just it's like I just think it's. Why would he say butter in a post-apocalyptic future? Do they even have butter? Maybe they do. I don't know. All right.
Take my advice and listen. Make just one move and you're dead, my friend. This knife will cut through your armor like butter.
That's crazy. They both say it? What? It is so weird how sometimes Warriors is more accurate. It's so weird.
あの男、ユパです。
Okay. Anotoku wa Yupa desu. Yupa desu. I think that's, again, very few times where they only say Yupa and not just Lord Yupa. Butner technically works because they are mammalian livestock still. Oh yeah, okay. That's fair. Interesting.
That's Lord Yupa, the sword master.
This is the first time we actually get context for him outside of just being Lord Yupa. Whoa, Lord Yupa. Just saying Yupa desu, it's like that. I love that they give this the opportunity of someone outside the valley to show respect, and it's a Tolmekian that recognizes him. That's like, oh, this is why he's kind of feared and notorious and everything. He's the sword master. And that shows up later in the movie where they're like, kill him and you'll be famous, right? So it just makes sense to, and this is also the first time he does anything like this, like very actiony with a fucking sword and shit, you know? So it makes sense to show because he's the sword master.
あの男、ユパです。
That's Lord Yupa, the sword master.
I don't know why he's whispering in the sub.
あの男、ユパです。
Right? Like he can hear you. We can hear you. The audience can hear you. And I was complimenting the dub earlier about sounding more whispery, but like I think that makes more sense to be secretive when you're talking about, oh, this might be a giant warrior or a titan warrior. Then they're like, oh, it's this guy. That's the guy, right? Like what? Yeah. And
The sword master.
That's the famous Lord Yupa.
That's the famous Lord Yupa. Thanks. All right, big line again. And we're gonna break it down bit by bit.
トルメキア兵に聞く。
Yeah, the Japanese is a little more cold and advisory there. Yeah.
トルメキア兵に聞く。この谷の者は昨夜そなたたちの船を救わんと必死に働いた。トルメキア兵に聞く。
兵に聞く。
Soldiers of Tolmekia, hear me now.
He sounds way more aligned with what he looks like visually. He's way more like in a stanced up position, like really like focused. And yeah, it just makes sense for him to be way more louder and focused.
トルメキア兵に聞く。
You know, what is he reading a letter? Naya, what are you doing?
この谷の者は昨夜そなたたちの船を救わんと必死に働いた。
Okay, last night, the people of this valley, I beseech the Tolmekian army. Last night, the people of this valley tried desperately to save your ship. Last night, the people of this valley, same thing, risked their lives attempting to prevent your airship from crashing. So, like, he actually gives them the proper context of what happened to the ship last night, and not just save your ship from what? Say, oh, how are you trying to save our ship from what? From prevent your airship from crashing. Risk their lives, which is way more stark. Like, makes way more sense. This exchange is one of the most stellar parts of the Point of Vista dub. Oh yeah. Even now they are finishing. So let me give Patrick Stewart that.
Tolmekia, hear me now. Last night, the people of this valley risked their lives attempting to prevent your airship from crashing.
Yeah. Instead of.
昨夜そなたたちの船を救わんと必死に働いた。
I'm so sorry, but Goronaya just sounds like he's reading off a script, which is really like the worst thing you can, probably the worst thing you could say to a voice actor, because that is what they're doing. You know, it's rough.
今もまた、
Even now,
死者を丁重に葬ったばかりだ。
even now, they are finishing carefully burying your dead. It's really kind of awkward. It works fine. It's grammatically fine, but like reading wise and like textual wise, I think it's weirdly like finishing carefully burying, you know? And just this morning. I like that again, last night and just this morning, or last night, even now, right? Like you had an attempt there, and just this morning. They finished. We already did it. It's done. We already did that. They finished giving your dead a proper burial. Giving your dead, bestowing it, giving your dead a proper burial. carefully burying your dead, right? A proper burial. That just sounds way more elegant, right?
And just this morning, they finished giving your dead a proper burial.
Right. And again, the soldier's still kind of cowering there.
And just this morning, they finished giving your dead a proper...
Right? Not letting you forget that he has a dude, like, ready to kill him. Like, he is ready to kill this dude as he's saying this.
小なりとはいえ、その国に対するこれがトルメキアの礼儀か。
Again, it's like he's reading off a fucking scroll. What is he doing? This just doesn't fit the moment. Is this country of Tolmakia towards... Is this the courtesy... Oh, sorry. Is this the courtesy of Tolmakia towards such a small country as this? Oh my god, please. English, it is grammatically correct, but it's just not... It's just awkward. It's just awkward wording. And the G-Kid sub has got to be no better. I can't imagine it's any better. This may be a small kingdom. Again, I like that, you know, he is focusing on the people of the valley. The people of this valley risked their lives. They finished giving a burial. This may be a small kingdom, but why would it be like, is this the courtesy of Tolmakia? Right? Like, what? This may be a small kingdom. Small country. And then he says Kuni, I believe, right?
小なりとはいえ、その国に対するこれ。
その国, right? This may be a small kingdom, but it clearly deserves your courtesy and respect. Courtesy and respect. Not just courtesy.
This may be a small kingdom, but it clearly deserves your courtesy and respect.
Mm-hmm. If you're okay, so Ghibli G-Kids is a little better here, but pretty clunky, plenty clunky still. Yeah, that'd be fair. Because, like, I imagine the G-Kids and Disney, like, I imagine they take a little... I've noticed that they take a decent amount from the Buena Vista dub. Like, some of the wording is the same between the two. They're not dub titles, but, like, man.
戦を仕掛けるならば、それなりの理由があるはず。まず死者を立て、口上を述べるべきであろう。
Yeah, it's like, all right. If you're declaring war, you must have a reason. Protocol dictates that you first send a messenger to state your grievances. Like, yeah, that is what he says, but if you are here to make war, if you're declaring war, they haven't really said a declaring thing. There must be a fitting reason. Fitting reason must have reason. No, a good reason, fitting reason. And it's only right. Again, like it's just like this one 2 lines ago. They just combine it into one line. That just makes more sense. Protocol dictate, and it's only right to send a messenger to announce your grievances. Just the wording is perfect.
If you are here to make war, there must be a fitting reason, and it's only right to first send a messenger to announce your grievances.
Oh God, he kills it. Out, unbelievable.
What kind of monsters are you, Temeculans? The people of this peaceful valley tried to save your spaceship last night.
Spaceship? Nani?
Yet while they're burying your dead, you repay them with a murderous attack.
I think he literally just said, you repayeth them. Like, are you freaking kidding me, bro? Like, not even Patrick Stewart, the Shakespearean actors, pulling that shit.
Killing their women, their children, and their king.
Ooh, and their king. I'm snoozing that. I'm very close. I need to go take a break after this scene here. Like, once it gets to, like, the flag and they go to... I'll do a little bit more, but, like, up to this scene. And then I gotta take a little break. I'm gonna keep hitting snooze on this alarm, though, because I need to feed some cats. I don't have cats. My roommate has cats. Okay. Easily dub. No question. All right.
Nausicaa.
I just like how succinct he is, just being like
Nausicaa, be calm.
One thing. And you hear her. You hear Allison in this.
Nausicaa, be calm.
Right?
Nausicaa. 落ち着けナウシカ。
Yeah, you can hear Sumi too. Fair enough.
今戦えば谷の者は皆殺しになろう。
Slaughtered versus massacred. Way more vivid and descriptive and like accurate, I think. Minagoroshi da, I think. But otherwise pretty similar wording.
生き延びて機会を待つのだ。
We must remain alive and wait for our chance. We must stay alive. Stay alive instead of remain alive. Right? Right? It's like, yeah, it's fine enough proper wording, but like no human says remain alive. We say stay alive, right? It just feels like an actual scriptwriter, like a professional scriptwriter wrote this instead of these subs, which like, that's a proper translation, you know? Like, man, because we're, you know, this is a script for a movie. Stay alive and wait for our chance. I just give right opportunity. The right opportunity. The right chance, right opportunity. It just rolls really well.
If you fight now, the people of the valley will be massacred. We must stay alive and wait for the right opportunity.
And yeah, like, comparing like Goranaya's performance of like him here versus okay, he does actually have a bit of a difference. I don't know. I think Patrick Stewart does great here.
Be calm. If you fight now, the people of the valley will be massacred.
Yeah, I think he actually does pretty close to Gore's performance, to be honest with you. But anyway, yeah, good job. All right, first Kuratoa line. Let's go. I actually am really impressed of how well the lip flaps matched that. He's like, right?
I'm going to.
Yeah. I don't know why he says son of a bitch. He just says konomusume ga. Yeah, he definitely says konomusume ga. It's like this girl. I'm going to.
I'm going to.
That's really close, but I actually, because it's so close, I have to give it to sub. I can't really parse a good enough reason to give it to dub, to be honest with you.
I'll kill that girl.
Again, pretty accurate actually. First Kushana line, holy shit, Uma Thurman.
Yamero Kurotoa.
And who does Kurotoa? I mean Kushana. Yoshiko Sakakibara. Oh, hold on. I think I know who this is. Mal. Well, actually, this works. This works good. This is the visual we've been using the past few times. Can I get an actual? Yo, she's Ochofujin. Let's go. I don't remember her performance as I forget her name. I'm so sorry. I will do that. I will do that. I will do that. I don't recognize her too much in anything. Haman Khan. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I've been watching Double Zeta Gundam recently, so that's fair. Kind of it, TVH. I don't remember her as Oyuki in Urusei Yatsura. I kind of remember her as android. I forget her name. She's from Cobra. Yeah, I don't remember her for too much else, to be honest. But at least I know her as a Chopajin. Okay. Okay.
Yamero Kurotoa.
Yamero Kurotoa. Sorry, I have to... Yeah. Wait, Kurotoa. I would say it's stop Yamero. Stop Kurotoa. Or just wait or whatever. But I think it's Yamero. I like how more condescending it is. Just be like, put it down.
Put it down, Kurotoa.
It just the rhythm there is so much stronger, I think.
Put it down, Kurotoa.
The way that her head stops turning as she says down.
Put it down.
Right? The synchronization there versus
Yamero. Yamero.
yeah, it's kind of there. But she actually doesn't say too much until her head stops moving pretty much.
Yamero, Kurotoa.
Put it down. Put it down, Kurotoa.
Yeah, I think she sounds way more regal too.
Yamero, Kurotoa.
Like, she obviously sounds like a strong woman, which is what she is.
Put it down, Kurotoa.
But she also just sounds way more mature. Like holy shit. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a dub on that one.
Put your gun down.
She sounds so. It is funny how she actually kind of sounds like an English equivalent of the Japanese performance, almost. Also, in Warriors of the Wind, Kurotoa doesn't have a name. It's just soldier. The fuck. Oh, they all died. Squishy. But she, I like he actually gives blame to her in particular. But she, you know. Oh hell. Nandekata. Nante yatsu da yo. What a brat. She killed everybody.
But she... Oh, fine.
Oh, fine. Yeah. Then he might be called Rogan in the dubbing show. Oh, okay. In the one that you sent, I'm pretty sure he didn't have a name, but I could be wrong.
But look at this mess. Now I must acquire all new men.
I love how that characterizes him a heck of a lot more than just like, oh, he killed everyone. Also, I actually like that you don't really find out that she actually killed everyone in that room until a little bit afterwards. You don't realize it. You just kind of see it as a beatdown, which makes sense because like when you see her combat, she didn't really like she didn't twist anyone's neck or something like that. She didn't obviously like get all bloody or something like that. You know, it didn't feel as super that same way. It just feels like she knocked everyone out. But then yeah.
Oh, fine.
Oh, fine.
But look at this mess.
This mess.
Now I must acquire all new men.
It's like a funny line. It's humorous. It characterizes him. But still gets the point across, I think. Yeah, I just really like that line. And I also just really like the performance, too. The rogue sounds bored and annoyed. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Sugi des Kirebu-chan. What? Suge des Kirebu-chan? The rogue name is corroborated by some screening and copy of... Oh, I see. Cool. But since he's only general in the dub proper, I left it as such. That's fair. That's fair. I'm almost done with this section.
No!
No!
I said put it down.
So, like, this just undermines Kushana's character. Because he's just like...
No!
No! And then she has to say it again, like, don't make me repeat myself. Right? Like, that's not a good look.
One little girl, and look what she's done to my men!
It's funny how similar that is to Buena Vista's version.
One little girl, and look what she's
done to my men. He's way too regal. Okay. A couple bits for Kushana's line here.
還元耳が痛い。辺境一の剣士ユパ・ミラルダとはそなたのことか?
So she makes a big pause here. You do us an injustice, sir. I presume you're Yupa Miralda, the greatest swordsman in the Borderlands. That's the only time we hear his last name. They don't even mess with that in the dub.
還元耳が痛い.
Kangai minaitai. Like your words sting, good sir, or something like that. It hurts to hear insults. Kangan mimi gaitai. I don't know why you do an injustice. I don't know why they translated it like that. Which, like, I mean, it's in her character, but that's completely not what she says. It's completely not what she says. You do us an injustice. What? Right? That's completely not what she said. Kange ga mimi ga itai. All right. Okay. That makes no fucking sense from what she's really saying. Exactly. They're just be like, nah, what she actually says in the script is stupid. So I'm gonna make it something else. I'm gonna make it something better. Which, like, it is, but it, like, very transparent. And I'm like, I'm not going off of your subs. It's a help, but I'm trying to, like, really trying to be critical of the Japanese script, not be like the subtitles versus the dub. Because if it was that, I would only use the G-Kids subs, and it would go dub almost every single time. It would not be fair. People would not want me to do that. Be like, no, that's not what they say in Japanese. Right. So we'll go by what they say in Japanese. My ears hurt. Your words sting, good sir. Like, what? Hey, the greatest swordsman in the Borderlands, Yupa Mirada Sotoka, I presume. I love that she greets him first, be like, so you're Lord Yupa, the greatest swordsman in the land. And then says, I'm offended that you think we need reprimanding. Which is like, it actually kind of works with what she actually says. We're like, Kangenga Mimiga Kangenga, reprimanding, Mimiga Itai, like, it hurts to hear, I'm offended. But then she twists it to be like, almost his fault. You know, like, I'm offended that you think we need reprimanding. And she says it so condescendingly, too. I like that. So, first, like listen to this part. She just kind of, like, declares it. She's just very like, oh, you must be Lord Yupa. But then...
So you're Lord Yupa, the greatest swordsman in the land.
She actually sounds kind of impressed, almost. Like fascinating. Like, she has such control of the situation. She knows it. Even if Yupa has this, like, he had this whole speech into this, she's unfazed by it. Just by that line.
So you're Lord Yupa, the greatest swordsman in the land.
Oh, wow.
I'm offended that you think we need reprimanding.
And the fact that, like, there's no pause here, like, because, again, the mask, she could say as much as she wants. It doesn't even wiggle. It doesn't even wiggle. So why does she need to pause here? You know what I mean?
So you're Lord Yupa, the greatest swordsman in the land. I'm offended that you think we need reprimanding.
Oh, she also, like, finishes the line well before she moves her hand up.
Reprimanding.
You know what I mean? The pause makes sense to have over there instead of... like, really short after the cut there. Uma's so spicy in this. Yeah, she's got, like, a real attitude. Very business. Very, like, business talk. Yeah, like, you could still argue that she's unfazed, but it's not exciting. It's like kind of a business talk. Hard agree, Elijah. Alright. And again, she strings it all a lot better together. Like, she kind of just gives, like, multiple thoughts here. Our objective is not a massacre. I wish to address your people. Sheath your sword. Again, the dub script is way more eloquent, even though it is 2 sentences. But again, like, she chains these thoughts together. We're not savages who've come to massacre your people. We're here to talk. Just like the contrast, right? What you've just done. We're here to talk. We're here to talk. I wish to address the people. Like, what? It's, like, really awkward. We are not here to massacre your people. And then she says that, like, we're not savages who come to massacre your people. I'd like to talk. I don't know why it says I wish to address the people, because all she really says is hanashigashitai. I just like to talk. With who? You killed the guy in charge. Ken was put your sword away. Sheath your sword, right? Oh my god.
We're not savages who've come to massacre your people. We're here to talk. So would you put your knife away, please?
Calling it a knife specifically, because it's like, put your stupid fucking knife away, you loser. Would you put your knife away, please? Like, it makes him sound like he's the one that's like hysterical and unreasonable, even though they are clearly in the wrong and did this way too aggressively. Like, come on, put your fucking knife down, bro. Hey, come on. Even though they're all in fucking full armor and the big thing.
So would you put your knife away, please?
Please is like so condescending and good. Dubs are an opportunity, if you ask me, to enhance the work. I agree. If you got to rewrite something, shoot for the moon. Yeah, definitely. And it's got to be good. It has to be for good reason, for sure. Would you put your knife away, please? Right? And they stare back at him. He's like, you motherfucker, right? And there's way more of an emotional cut.
Please.
Like when it cuts back to him when he says please, it's just like, you fucking, right? Like, you dare being this polite and being this way when you've acted this way. Yeah, so dub, no question.
You are very persuasive, Lord Yappa, with words as well as your sword.
With words as well as your sword.
We came here to help these people, not to kill, so put away your weapon, please.
She also says please. It's so funny how warriors just kind of like, I kind of have a similar idea. That's so interesting. Yeah, you're very persuasive, Lord Yappa, with words as well as your sword. It's kind of awkward wording, to be honest with you. We came here to help these people. It rings so false. Like, you are full of shit. Like, you can at least still say that about these other lines, but it doesn't come off that way. You know what I mean? The way that she's saying these words. These words. And then, of course, once again.
Secure the room.
Makes sense. Totally makes sense. Why don't they just start moving? It's so awkward. I like that he kind of breaches he also kind of breaches that awkward pause where you put your knife away and he puts the knife away and they secure the room, right? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now we're here. I don't know why I'm saving, so I'll save this. I must go feed some cats, so this might be a little bit. With words as well as your sword. Right, exactly. All right, I'll be back. my first time feeding his cats. So I was just like, oh, this sort of thing and everything. I have to figure all that out. Okay. I should also go pee. I'm so sorry. Like 5 seconds. I will seriously do that. Hold on. Yeah, stop looping that. Alright, sorry. Alright. And I haven't mentioned yet, but what we're gonna go to in the movie. Hold on, let me just make that purple for a sec so I know where I am. We're gonna get to this part of the movie where it's like, protect her! After they leave. After they leave with the Tomakians. Alright. So, we're at about 2 hours in the stream, so this might go about the same amount of time. We're just gonna go clip, clip, chop, chop. Alright. Very quiet. Even if it's little coughs and everything like that, like it just gives it more liveliness, right? I just prefer the dub there. But I don't even have that as an option. Let's go to this one.
It's the princess! The princess!
She's okay!
So there's more diversity instead of Hime-sama, 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 Hime-sama. Right?
It's the princess! The princess!
She's okay!
She's okay and everything. That's nice. And it's the princess instead of Hime-sama. Again. Dud. Alright. And then warriors.
Our princess.
A princess? I think she says our princess.
Our princess.
Oh, there she is. There's a princess here.
Well, there she is. There's a princess there.
She is. There's a princess here.
There's a princess here. She's okay. Right, right, right.
聞けトルメキア帝国辺境派遣軍司令官クシャナ殿下のお言葉だ
Again, like these pauses. Look at his lip flap.
トルメキア帝国辺境派遣軍司令官
There is a pause right there. All right.
Listen now. You will be addressed by Her Highness Kushana, commander of the Tolmekian army.
All right. So, okay. Listen now. Not much different, to be honest. This is Her Royal Highness Kushana? Kushana? I have never seen it written like this. Kushana? What? Okay. Commander of the Borderland Expeditionary Forces of the Tolmekian Empire. Whoa. Whoa. Let me get that. I'm sorry I don't have the motherfucking hiragana on this. Yeah. Very specific. I actually like that the dub boils this, simplifies it. But it also makes sense the why that they show up so immediately, because she's commander of the Borderland Expeditionary Forces. Kashana was used as a 1993 English translation of the picture books, and some later dubs in the 2015. Oh wow, interesting. Okay, fair enough to come out of nowhere then. And I really don't think his delivery is too different between.
トルメキア帝国辺境派遣軍司令官クシャナ殿下のお言葉だ。
You will be addressed by Her Highness Kushana, commander of the Tolmekian army.
Yeah, I think sub, just because of the specifics with the Borderlands and stuff, it kind of explains why she got there so quick. All right, couple different pieces of this speech, so we'll break it down again.
我らは辺境の国々を統合し
Village. Okay, our purpose here is to unite the border kingdoms and build a new land of prosperity and. Okay, this is multiple parts.
我らは辺境の国々を統合し
Unite the border kingdoms. Whoops.
この地に王道楽土を建設するために来た
Yeah. So that whole sentence. Our purpose here is to unite the border kingdoms and build a new land of prosperity and hope. Versus, yo, it's that girl. It's that girl's video girl. Hello. Yeah.
Villagers, we have come to your land in the name of peace. Our goal is to unify the kingdoms surrounding Tolmekia.
Specifically surrounding Tolmekia. I like that she's actually addressing them specifically, because this whole speech, she is trying to convince I've come to ask you to join us, right? That is her motivation here, is to convince them of something. So it makes sense to address them even just as villagers, you know? Anyways, I just watched the Leiji video, Def Debate. Hell yeah. I have a Leiji video coming out on his birthday next week. She's really hammy on the first Italian dub here. Oh yeah? Oh god.
Villagers, we have come to your land in the name of peace.
We come in peace. We've come to your land in the name of peace. Our purpose here is to unite the border. It's just a lot more robotic and political, which I guess could make sense for her character, but this is supposed to be a convincing, a persuasive... In this essay, I will... you know?
Our goal is to unify the kingdoms surrounding Tolmekia.
And it doesn't just United Borg build a new land of prosperity and hope. It just sounds like bullshit. Whereas this is my task, because it's you're surrounding Tolmekia here specifically.
And build a world of prosperity.
Yeah. You are all right. So now.
そなたたちは不快のために滅びに瀕している
You are all on the verge of being destroyed by the wastelands. I think that's this part. Sonotame wa?
するために来たそなたたちは不快の
Sonotachi wa.
そなたたちは不快のために滅びに瀕している
Yeah, it's this sentence here. Where does she say wastelands? Is it just Fukai? She says Fukai. Control. Yeah. Sea of Decay, right. Sonotachi wa Fukai. You're on the edge of the Fukai, specifically. I don't know why she says the wastelands in this translation here, because the translation doesn't really use wastelands that much. That's weird. You are all on the verge of being destroyed by the wastelands. You now live at the edge of the jungle. And then I like that, on the verge of extinction at the end of that, instead of, I've asked you.
我らに従い我が事業に参加せよ
Well, I've asked you to join us and cooperate in our undertaking.
我らに従い我が事業に参加せよ
Versus.
You now live at the edge of the jungle, on the verge of extinction.
I love that. I really like that, because when you put the on the verge of extinction on her face there.
On the verge of extinction.
She knows she's got them. Be like, you're fucked.
Follow us and join our enterprise.
Follow us and to join our enterprise. Join with us, cooperate in our undertaking. Like, it's so robotic and verbose and ugh, it doesn't work. Follow us and join our enterprise. It clicks. It clicks so much better, especially because, again, this is a persuasive speech. That was really good before, like, in terms of rousing at the end. You will burn down the wasteland. Again, the wastelands, why? We'll burn down the Fakai. Futatabi wa yomigai, kind of like reclaim it, that is our birthright. Follow us and join our enterprise.
Follow us and join our enterprise. We shall put the toxic jungle to the torch.
Put the, again, using visuals, kind of using language that is way more immediately descriptive and visual. You can visualize, we will put the toxic jungle to the torch. We'll just go, which they won't literally do, but like there's the visual of that instead of like, we'll burn down the wastelands, right? We'll put it to the torch.
And resurrect this land together.
Again, and resurrect this land together. We will burn down the land as our birthright. Like, again, together is huge. And the resurrect is just so succinct way to put it. Yeah, Kushana gets really excited at the prospect of burning things. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it clicks so much better. It's way more succinct, I think. So stay.
We are your hope. Your only hope for survival. Together we can build a future of peace and prosperity.
Does she roll her R? A future...
Build a future of peace.
A future of peace and prosperity. We are your only hope. We are your hope. Your only hope for survival. Together we can build a future of peace and prosperity. Prosperity. Her mom losing her mind when she was little probably did her no favors of her learning proper matchbook etiquette. Yeah, very fair. Only you can prevent wildfires. Is that... I wonder if Smokey the Bear was voiced by the same guy who did the American Heart Association diabetes commercials. I have diabetes. Only you can prevent wildfires. Makes you wonder, makes you think. All right.
Peace and prosperity. You people of this valley don't know how to stop the toxic jungle. But we do. We can burn and destroy it. We can eliminate the toxic jungle once and for all.
It's so simplistic. It's so simplistic. Boop boop. All right.
Burn the toxic jungle.
With what?
Is that possible?
With what? I love that. Burn the
Burn the toxic jungle.
With what?
Is that possible?
I think that it's a little too it just says, I like the rhythmicness of a lot of these lines, but when it's crowd stuff, it just sounds staged, like a fucking musical or something.
Burn the toxic jungle.
With what?
Is that possible?
You know, it's like they rehearsed that. I think this sounds a little more... Yeah, I like that. Well, Wilford, I'll kill you, Bradley. All right, Kushana has more talking. Muzu sounds like a little young there. Yeah, I understand that.
かつて人間をしてこの大地の主となした奇跡の技と力を我らは復活させた。
What does she sound like besides Haman Khan? I think she just sounds like Haman Khan, but like, I'm trying to think of the other thing that she sounds like. It's just, I've heard this voice so much.
かつて人間をしてこの大地の主となした奇跡の技と力を我らは復活させた。
我らは復活させた。 We have succeeded in reviving the ancient powers that once gave the human race mastery over the planet. I have in my possession. I have in my possession. You listen to me. Not just what I want, right? Like, speak. I have in my possession mankind's greatest tool. Like, yeah. Then I like the ancient. We've succeeded in reviving the ancient powers. Nerd. Right? Once gave human mastery over the planet. I have in my possession mankind's greatest tool. And again, and this is the first time it rephrases, because when we initially heard of the giant warriors, all we knew is that they fucking destroyed everything. The world was just incinerated. Oh, my man. Hey, Craig. Good to see you here. They just destroyed everything. But reframing it here as mankind's greatest tool, like, no, we used those things. We did. But that's a good, like, we used that, no, we take those, right? And then the second part, so wait, so like the first part here,
かつて人間をしてこの大地の主となした奇跡の技と力を我らは復活させた.
I think she says kiseki at some point. I don't know where that would be in this translation here. Sorry, I don't have the G kids and everything. Well, I'm gonna go to Uma Thurman.
I have in my possession mankind's greatest tool, the awesome force which once allowed human beings to rule the earth.
Yeah, so the awesome force. It's reframing the Titan warrior as this, like, benefit, as this good thing in her mind. And she does see it that way. And she uses it at the end of the movie and everything. The awesome force which once allowed human beings to rule the earth. And that's kind of like a subtweet towards the Ohm and everything, because it's like, it feels like the jungle and the insects are what rule the earth right now. It's like we used to own this. The earth used to be ours, and it has the same thing with that once gave human race mastery over the planet. I like that, again, human beings, the human race, human beings to rule the earth. I think the rule the earth, I don't remember the other places where this shows up, but that's been said a couple of times, like that particular phrasing. I feel describing the giant god warriors as ancient powers is more true to what they actually are, though. Yes, and that was the case. That was earlier with, like, the previous time and the first time they were described. That is the difference of ancient. It was the difference between ancient and old world. Yeah. A monster from the ancient world has been excavated instead of, it was said that a monster from the old world. And they further contextualize that the dub does a lot of work in emphasizing 1,000 years ago, particularly like our time, modern day, like our time. I think when they say from the ancient world, you might as a viewer that's not a part of this world, like this is in the far future, as someone who's in this world, it's supposed to be like, we sometime in the near future, in our time, in our space, we created something like this from the old world, from the collapse of industrialized civilization, versus the ancient world, which makes it sound like it was from the ancient, like even before humans or something like that. I just find that there's a conflation there, or at least a confusion there. But I agree, like, in terms of the placement here, it makes sense for sure. Human race, so reviving the ancient mankind's greatest tool. Yeah. Like, they don't really understand what they are, or even how they. No, you're right that they. Yeah, to call them. I think they knew what they were about, like what they used them for. At least it's a safe assumption. Earth used to be our own cheese ball. I'll let tool slide, I guess. It's not much is elaborated, which turned out to be autonomous arbiters for diplomacy in the manga only. In the movie Tapestry, you see people constructing them. Yeah. You do see people construct, yeah. There's a sense of familiarity in the dub that doesn't emphasize how these are powers that are not remotely understood by the people of this time. Yeah, and I think in the context of this speech, where she's trying to make a convincing argument and persuade them to join her side, she's making these lofty claims that she might not actually really understand, but she's making these assumptions. kind of an inverse problem with other things in the dub, I think. Right, yeah. So the second half here.
私に従う者には、もはや森の毒や虫どもに怯えぬ暮らしを約束しよう。
To those who follow me, I promise a livelihood without fear of the wasteland poisons or the insects. Yeah, and again, I think it's just the construction of this sentence versus the construction of this sentence. I guarantee, because like to those who follow me, like she's already asked them in the earlier line to follow us and join her, I've cast to come with us to join us. So like to those who follow me, I promise a livelihood. And then I think yakusokshio, I promise. And then you could translate that as I guarantee, I suppose. I'm not sure if there's a more closer Japanese equivalent to that. But I think guarantee, again, leans more into that persuasiveness of the argument. It's a little stronger. I promise a livelihood without fear of the wasteland poisons or the insects. That those who join me will join me. So there's those who follow me, which is interesting because this whole time she's been kind of portraying it as we. And this is the first time that she says like I promise, yeah. We will live without fear of the insects or the jungle's poisons ever again. That's something I think missing in the sub as well. It's just like the really like the kind of exclamation point, little flourish at the end. And then I don't have the visual here, but like when they're quiet, she has like this like smirk. It's like, yeah, I got him, you know? So there needs to be kind of that punctuation. Instead of like, so in the sub's case, the punctuation is the promise, like yakusokshio.
私に従う者には、もはや森の毒や虫どもに怯えぬ暮らしを約束しよう。
I will promise you that, you know?
I guarantee that those who join me will live without fear of the insects or the jungle's poisons ever again.
Ever, you know, like real, like more of a stamp of stamp in that case. My kind of we. The use of grand phrases like "we have revived the ancient powers" does give a sense of like God-given divine power that gives Kushana ultimate sense of authority. Yeah, except it's a kind of a false sense in that regard, right? I agree with what you're saying, and then it's kind of a false sense because she didn't, she unearthed it from Pejite. They stole it first, and then it got they couldn't adequately transport it, and it got landed in a different country. And they're like, we have the god. It's like, you're incompetent, right? I don't think Giant Warrior was a great name to go with since I talked about that earlier. I think Titan Warrior is probably the best translation of Kyoshin Heika, because Kyo, giant, Shin, instead of Jin, right? Instead of person, Shin is like god almost. So if you're thinking like a giant god, instead of just going giant god warrior, I think just Titan, because that's similar to like what the Greeks and everything, the gods versus Titans and stuff. I think God Warrior was more sensible in the manga. Yeah, I know they went with God Warrior. I actually prefer, if I was to go with Giant or God Warrior, I think I would go with Giant Warrior. But I like Titan Warrior, to be honest with you, which is what the at least what this translation was going with. I don't think, it's clearly a descriptive sense in anything pertaining to the god. Yeah, the god part is what it's missing when they just say Giant Warrior. I agree. Yeah, I think with the Ever Again part, Mankind's Greatest Tool, Awesome Force, and everything like that, I think we'll go with dub on that part. All right.
Stop! Stop, I say!
I don't know why I broke this up. Why did I break this up? Sorry, hold on. Well, yeah. But then, sorry, hold on. I don't know why I broke it up like this. I do this like kind of like on like I don't listen to all of it like too much. I just like break it up by like bits and what I remember of the script and everything. So sometimes it goes a little wacky dacky. But this is all one line. I just cut out the pauses and stuff so we don't have to like get content ID'd. Did I cut off? No, I didn't. I think she just goes kai, not fukai. She's slurring her words again. Look at this.
Kai.
No, it's really quiet. Kai. Yeah, just one moment. Instead of stop, stop, I say. Right? I think that has way more authority to it. And she's really like putting her in her place when she's like, stop, stop, stop.
Stop, stop, I say.
And it's like, enough of this bullshit. Machida Sunday. Like, just a minute. I think it's much stronger to be like, nope, yameno, yametenka. Like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. You must not raise a hand against the jungle. Ukai ni teo, like don't touch it, basically. Teo dasana or whatever. Narun ne.
Stop, stop. You must not touch the toxic jungle.
You must not touch the toxic jungle. I just really like the wordage there. Touch it instead of like raise it. Teo dasna. Teo dasnunda. You know? You must not touch the toxic jungle. And then of course the stop I think is a lot stronger. Yeah. I'll go with dub on that one.
Your plan is foolish, and I'll tell you why, Queen Selena.
In this essay, I will, in my response video to Kashana's,
You can't burn the toxic jungle.
You can't burn it. It's not possible. Okay. Kuratoa.
Nanda kono baba.
What's this old woman?
Oi, tsurete iki.
Get her out of here.
What are you babbling about, woman? Guards, take her away.
She says, Omai?
Oi!
Oi!
Tsurete iki.
Hey, get her out of here. Guards!
Guards, take her away.
The take her away is pretty much the same. Who is this?
Nanda
kono baba.
What are you babbling about, woman?
So this is the difference between being like, I have never seen this woman in my life versus, oh, this bitch again. Because she was in the room when he attacked, you know? And there's probably a good long while where like they killed him. He walks in and they're staring at King Jill's body. And she's just sitting there the whole time. She probably said something. So he probably recognizes her. I think it's weird that he's like, wait, who's this? I don't think that makes any sense, really. That's what Commander Akari calls you, old hag. Oh, yeah. Second German dub goes Kriegstitan, a war titan. The Italian dub chose Invincible Soldier and Titan Soldier. That's what Commander Akari. Yeah, I as much as it, like Thing Japanese vibes it gives me, I like that.
Nanda kono baba.
I like that. It doesn't make sense. Maybe it adds to his pompousness that she's insignificant to him. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the case. Yeah, the more I'm thinking about, I think Japanese is winning out, actually. The thing Japaneseism is overpowering in that one, so I'll go with it.
No, let her speak.
Instead of Iyasete ore, because let her speak, I actually like that she actively says like no.
No, let her speak.
The delivery between the two here is very similar. Go ahead.
Let her speak.
Let her speak. But
no,
I actually like that she's like no. Let her speak. The no is good. I'm gonna give the dub on that one. And they didn't have to. They didn't have to do that because her mouth is obscured. So yeah. All right, big once again from Obaba. We'll go bit by bit. Whew. No.
Since the origin of the toxic jungle, 1,000 years ago, people tried time and again to burn it.
In the millennium since the birth of the jungle, many people have tried to burn it down. It's so weird that, like, all of that just to say this. It's weird. In the millennium since the birth of the jungle, many people have tried to burn it down. Since the origin of the toxic... In the millennium since the birth of the jungle. So it's a little more specific. 1,000 years, right? Millennium. But since the origin of the toxic jungle 1,000 years ago, people have tried time and again to burn it. But time and again, their attempts did nothing. So, like, but each and every time. So, like, this is just really clever writing. Yeah. But each and every time... Redworth theory. Onami? Hold on. Ga? Yeah, this part. Ga. Ono mure ga ikari no kuri chi o utsukusu. Onami tonate oshiosete. Great waves that covered the earth. Right. Again, I really like that it goes time and again to burn it. Time and again, their attempts did nothing. Time and again, their attempts did nothing. Nothing but enrage the Om. Each and every time they tried, it would just do that. That's just what they would do. But their attempts did nothing but enrage the Om. And swarms of them spilled from the jungle and stampeded across the land. So, describing it as more of a stampede than a flood, than like a tsunami. What do you guys think about that? Because I really think it's more of a stampede. It's a lot like the stampede of wildebeests in Lion King. It's kind of like that, you know? It's a lot bigger. It's even more. And swarms of them, because they're insects, spilled from the jungle and stampeded across the land. And then watching the delivery of it visually.
Burn it. But time and again, their attempts did nothing but enrage the Om, and swarms of them spilled from the jungle and stampeded across the land.
Right? So there's a little more when she says stampeded across
Spilled
the
from
land,
the jungle
on the actual...
and stampeded across the land.
Right? Like, it cuts out way before she's even finished fading out. She's already done with her thing. You know what I mean?
From the jungle and stampeded across the land.
They actually have a little bit more visual there. Interesting that the film chooses not to use the exact Dai Kaisho descriptor for the spreading of the jungle. Again, goes with the removal of wordplay on Jukai Fukai Si thing. Yeah. Again, probably trying to simplify it for the sake of the movie. Spilled across the jungle and stampeded across the lands. I think it's just better if like a, flooded like the land like a tsunami. I don't know where that's getting at from the actual Japanese. I don't really know. I get the came surging in giant waves. I can kind of get that. Oh, Nami? Because Nami is wave. That makes sense. Pretty sure Nami is wave, right? Oh, Nami? Yeah, that's it. Oh, Nami? Yeah, big wave. Oh, Nami. Yeah, Nami's wave. Right. I win. Yeah. All right. Next part.
国を滅ぼし町を飲み込み
They swallowed up cities, destroyed whole countries.
自らの命が飢餓で果てるまでオウムは走り続けた。
They kept running. They continued to swarm until they themselves died from exhaustion. Died from exhaustion.
Toppled cities.
They toppled cities. They instead of swallowed up cities, they toppled cities. Destroyed whole countries. Destroyed kingdoms. I think again, kingdoms is way more succinct. And they keep using kingdom in the dub way more than the sub instead of country. Country they keep using in the Japanese. Kuni. But kingdom is like okuku. And I think kingdoms just makes it feel like a more medieval, like they've gone back to medieval times almost. She does use spill at least. So there's some association with the fluid description. Yeah. And then again, they're using like Nami, waves, and like spilling and everything. Right. And in the dub too, like they spilled from the jungle. They toppled cities, destroyed kingdoms, and killed thousands. Like she actually really like emphasize. I like that she actually brings mention that she killed the swarm kills people, thousands of people. It doesn't just not just like places.
And killed thousands.
Killed thousands, right? It's like you don't do that. It's the most important part that civilian life was perished. Instead of just swallowed up cities and destroyed whole countries.
The Ohm could not be stopped.
So there's nothing. They could continue to swarm until they themselves died of starvation. The Ohm could not be stopped. Such rage did they feel. Again, really emphasizing where this is all coming from. Again, the red eyes, blue eyes type thing. Blue eyes, white dragon. Such rage did they feel. The Ohm fought. They continued to swarm until they themselves died from exhaustion. Obaba is characterizing them, personifying them by saying they fought. Even when they're just swarming, they just like go through places. They fought till they died of starvation, not exhaustion. So I think that's way more intense of a thing to die from. Because they kept going even when they were exhausted. It was more like they physically didn't have time to eat and they died. Instead of just like exhaustion, like they kept going until they stopped basically. Like, oh, I'm tired. And they just stopped. Like they just died of starvation. I think that's just way harder. Trez going for the Oscar here. Yeah.
受けた。やがてオウムのムクロを苗床にして胞子が大地に根を張り。
In due time, using the Ohm's corpses as seed beds, the spores took root and even more lands were engulfed by the jungle. Well, I think it just right here. In due time, using the Ohm's corpses as seed beds.
やがてオウムのムクロを苗床にして胞子が大地に根を張り。
It's just way too verbose. In due time, why that? Using the Ohm's corpses as seed beds, the spores took root. Or just be like, then spores took root in their corpses. The Ohm's corpses. In their corpses. Ohm fought till they died of starvation, and then spores took root in their corpses. And the way that this is synced visually, right? Watching this, right?
胞子が大地に根を張り、広大な土地が不快に没したのじゃ。不快に手を出してはならん。
So she repeats the exact same thing that she said already. Like exactly, like you must not raise a hand against the jungle. You must not raise a hand against the jungle. It's just like a ritual, like a mantra that she has. But here it's more like an actual essay, like more counterpoint. Hey, don't burn the jungle down.
And the land soon became part of the toxic jungle.
And even more lands were engulfed by the jungle. And the land of the people that tried time and again to burn it, like it feels like, and the land soon became part of it. Like it feels like, oh, you burn it, you become part of it. That particular phrasing emphasizes that more. That is why you do not interfere with it. I like that that's a different part. Like it's not just repeating what she said last time. That is why you don't interfere with it.
And the land soon became part of the toxic jungle. That's why you do not interfere with it.
Do not interfere, which is interesting because she doesn't necessarily have the knowledge of what the toxic jungle is actually doing, right? That's not revealed till later in the movie, and only Nausicaa and Asbel really find that out. But she has to, like, she's just got a feeling basically, which is just really interesting. Plus, there was nothing to eat when where they were stampeding. Yeah, they depend on the jungle and physically cannot survive on the ceramic dust flats. Yeah. So there's more world building to that aspect as well. Yeah, I think I made a good enough case there.
The jungle has survived 1,000 years, yet no one has been able to destroy it.
Have you ever thought, why is the earth round? Like, I don't know, it just comes off that way. It's like, have you ever thought how it's still here and everyone's tried and no one's succeeded? Do you know why?
Each time someone has tried, deadly swarms of giant insects.
Giant insects? Just insects in general.
Have attacked our cities, destroying everything.
Destroying everything? Our cities? What?
Armies more powerful than yours.
A little nice dig there to the Tolmekians specifically.
Have tried to burn it with no success.
With no success. A little redundant to what you just said earlier, though.
Each time, man has tampered with the jungle. A holocaust.
A holocaust
has resulted.
Oh my god. A holocaust has resulted.
If you attempt to burn the toxic jungle, you are doomed to die.
You are burned to die. You are burned to die. Are doomed to die. Yeah, okay. Awesome.
黙れ! そのようなお前ごと許さんぞ。
許さんぞ。黙れ。
黙れ! そのようなお前ごと許さんぞ。
I don't feel like that's a real translation of what he actually said. I won't tolerate such foolish words. I'm warning you. What? Very Yoda. You? Yeah. I'm warning. Sono yona yomugoto yurusanzo. Yeah. I'm warning you. Why? Silence, you old hat. Damore. All he says is damore. He doesn't say woman. Shut up. I will not tolerate such words. Just very stonewalling her. Versus the dub. Silence, you old hag.
Silence, you old hag. We will have none of your raving.
Raving. Yeah. Which is ironic because then, like, she kind of looks like she's raving when she goes like this. Ah! Yeah, I think that's way more insulting and cutting. We will have, we won't believe you instead of just like, I'm warning you. Or like, I won't tolerate such bullshit. I don't know. It's a little too stiff. I think the dub is cutting there. It seems like in Warriors, they felt the visuals there spoke for themselves. Yeah. I suppose. But I'm like, I don't know. Especially when you're not on screen, there's no lip flaps. You could be choosing any words, and yet they're just being redundant. They're just kind of repeating the same thing 4 times. Almost. Like 3 or 4 times. Alright. Another Obaba.
おや、どうするんじゃ。わしも殺すのか。
Oh, what are you gonna do? Kill me too?
Oh, you won't, will you? How will you shut me up? Will you kill me too?
I was really close to giving it to sub because of just like, oh yeah.
おや、どうするんじゃ。
Oh, what you gonna do? Right? Oh, どうするんじゃ。わしも殺すのか。 Will you kill me too?
Oh, you won't, will you?
Oh, you won't. You won't have no. Again, like the conversationalness, like the synergy between lines, just makes way more sense here. Oh, you won't, will you? We'll have none of your raving. Oh, you won't, will you? How will you shut me up? How will you shut me up? Silence.
How will you shut me up? Will you kill me too?
And the idea of like, yeah, I just think that's way more descriptive and conversational and still equally punchy. Righteous old ladies scorned from Trez there. Yeah, yeah. Ageist, sexist, and ableist. You run the gambit, my good man.
Are you going to burn me at the stake or boil me in oil?
Oh. Aren't you calling yourself out there, Linda? Like, you're like, what am I, an evil sorceress witch? Ooh. Will you burn me at the stake? Ooh.
Silence, I said!
That's a tough one because of the animation here.
Silence, I said!
Yeah. Yeah. I think he's way more. I think it just makes sense. He's more frustrated. It's also more thing Japanese. Yeah, silence, I said.
Silence, I said.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to the sub there.
Take your choice.
That's funny. That's actually really funny. That's a good one. All right. Jesus!
飯の年寄りさ、簡単なものだよ。ジルを殺したようにね。Go ahead and kill me.
Oh man, go ahead and kill me.
殺すがいい. Go ahead and kill me. It'll be easier for you to kill an old blind woman than it was for you to murder our King Jill.
So this is really tough because I think the sub totally slays it here because the real like clap back, you know? Like, fine, kill me if you want. Korasugai. But then again, the translation really lets it down. I'm just a blind old woman. It's easy. It kandansa. Yeah, it kind of, yeah. It's easy. Right, like it's more than a year old. Meshi no Toshiori-sa. Kantan mono dayo. Yeah, it's easy. Again, I think it's way more eloquent in the writing here. It'll be easier for you to kill an old blind woman than it was to, right? Like it just feels like she tacks on Jill at the end here. It's like you killed Jill. Oh, right? But it sounds like she was ready for this fucking setup. Like she was she had that ammunition like locked and loaded, and she's like, it'd be easier for you to kill me in front of all these people, an old blind woman, than it was for. And then like it's kind of an insult on their prowess. It'd be easier for you to kill me than it was for you to murder our bedridden king, because apparently it took you a couple shots or something like that. Yeah, it was like it's just like a weird day. It's just like you killed Judo Korosh Tayoni na. You know, it's like they tacked it on there. Yeah, I just think it's so much more eloquent in the dub, but she kills it in the sub though. That section is really good. Can't go wrong with a good K word. Yeah. There's David Schmoller's off-wall sense humor there. Oh, the boil in oil. Take your pick. Kurotoa killed our precious Yuri. Yeah. That's who we need to blame. Gotta go for dub on that one again. I think the wording really lets it down there, like the actual script. I think.
Well, Honorable Warrior, go ahead and kill me, like you killed our defenseless king while he was sick in bed.
That was better than the sub, actually. Like the way her eyes open when she goes bed.
In bed.
Sick in bed. And again, like, she links it much better than the sub.
Like you killed our defenseless king while he was sick in bed.
It links it way better. It's crazy. Crazy. I really think that the sub script in this line just fumbled it. I think they just fumbled it.
King Jill. What? He was bedridden! You murderer! You pay for that! He won't let you get away with this never!
That's really tough. Again, the dub does such an incredible job with giving background characters very particular lines and voices. Like, it doesn't seem like this central character is saying anything in particular. You just think of you see like the lip flaps versus what you hear. It just feels like a little more aimless, right? But then it really feels like
King Jill. What? He was bedridden! You murderer!
You could tell that he said "you murderers" by like the way he points.
Bedridden! You murderer! You pay for that! He won't let you get away with this never!
You know, it just feels like people are actually, like, individuals are talking and not just a mass of people. I think it's close. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't.
King Jill.
He's a lot more like, oh fuck.
King Jill.
Like, he's a lot more like, oh my god, they killed him. Oh my god. You know, like they just like assumed that they have him prison, like, you know, hostage. He's like, oh my god, you killed him too, right? And then and I think that lends to good contrast when the big explosion, like,
what? He was bedridden!
Are you fucking kidding me? It's just it's like two equal bits of rage, I think. Yeah. I'll give this to dub, and then I'll give it to sub for Mito, that line, I think. King Jill.
Silence them! No mercy for the insolent!
Ooh. Quiet them. Silent. Don't be lenient with them. Suruna. Do not tolerate anyone who opposes you. Do not be tolerant to anyone who opposes you. I honestly think I have to give it to sub because I don't think I can make a good enough argument for dub, to be honest with you. Oops. I'm feeling dub for that one, but also maybe the no mercy for the insolent is a little, like, overblown, a little too stiff and formal for him.
I can handle this. Men, let them feel your steel!
A little too corny.
Quiet, everyone, please. I need everybody to listen to me.
Again, the sound mixing, I think, is way better here because it sounds like she's trying to talk over them.
Quiet, everyone, please.
Right? It sounds like the crowd isn't even saying anything. Yeah, they're you don't even hear them. Watashi no hanashi o kiite. I don't know why I split this line up, because I didn't split it up in the actual thing. Annoying. Boku no hanashi kita. Boku no hanashi kita. Boku no hanashi danbe de kita. So, Otoboke Beaver. What's this? Why did I split this up? Why did I split this up? I think it's because of the pauses, I think. Sorry.
die. I beg of you.
Aww.
みんな待って。私の話を聞いて。
Please listen to me. I need everyone to listen to me.
Quiet, everyone, please. I need everybody to listen to me.
I think she's sounding way more of authoritative, like as a princess. I need everyone to listen to me. Like, guys, come on. I'm the guy. I'm kind of the person in charge now because the king died. I'm the only person of royal in this country right now, basically.
私の話を聞いて。
Watashi no hanashio, like, listen to my story. She's not really gonna say any story or like hanashi, like watashi no hanashi o kite. Hanashi. Yeah, my story, like hanashi o. Yeah, hanashi, right? Like, I don't know, it's a weird choice or whatever. Mina kikasete, like, or something. I don't know. I need everybody to listen to me. And then this part.
これ以上犠牲を出したくないの。
I don't want any more bloodshed.
これ以上犠牲を出したくないの。
I don't want any more bloodshed.
I can't bear to have anyone else die.
She that is way more emotional. She's like, I cannot bear to have anyone else die. Anyone else. Any more bloodshed. Any more bloodshed. Anyone else die. I can't have anyone else shed blood, you know. Even bloodshed makes more sense even with her, because she sees the bloodshed when she stabs Yupa. That makes more sense, like contextually in the film. But no more killing, more dying and everything. I don't know if she's necessarily being like all violence must stop or whatever, because I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's not like Dora sings violence too much, really, but like she is gonna like let me go, like later on or whatever. But like dying is more specific, I think. But then, Onegai versus I beg of you.
お願い。
Very like, please, like very surrender. She kind of feels like she's surrendering a lot. She's like, please no.
I beg of you.
She's so much more sad and like resigned and like really emotional about it. Quiet, everyone, please. Minamate. I think I need everybody to listen. I think she is way more in control, and then when she starts bearing her heart out, she just sounds way more like emotional, like really trying to like get it through to them. Like, please don't stop, you know, instead of like no, don't do that.
これ以上犠牲を出したくないの。お願い。
It's way more like regal and proper, but it's not really. It's not as much her character, I think. She's way more empathetic and like emotion and heart like rending and stuff. Because she's really like trying to save both worlds and everything.
Listen to me. Everyone listen for just a minute. I don't want any more bloodshed. We'll obey them.
Allison nails the emotionally anchor of having killed also, I think, here. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Like this, like I can't like anyone else die, including myself. Like she's rending because like, and she's distraught having shed that blood herself, and as she cries out later in the movie, cries out, but like she just cries about it, you know. Absolutely.
Princess. Princess.
I think he is way more in awe and kind of like, wow, she's really composed. Obviously, there's still heartbreak in it and being like, oh my gosh. But there's almost like a sense of respect to what she did there. He's like, wow, that's so mature of you.
Princess.
Like, wow, it was still heartbroken, but like more respect and awe. He's like, oh, please. Oh, come on. You know? I don't know. Like, no. Hello, Shaves. Hi, Weird Proc.
大ババ様も分かって。この人たちに従いましょう。
Let's understand. Every time, my show. Let's understand. Let's obey these people. It's not we must obey these people. It's like let's do this. Let's listen to them. Instead of we need to do as the Tolmekians specifically, we need to do as the Tolmekians say. And please understand, Obaba-sama.
大ババ様も分かって。
Please understand, Obaba-sama mo. Like, understand too. You have to get this to yourself too.
この人たちに従いましょう。
Let's listen to these people. Let's obey these people.
Oh, Baba, please understand. We need to do as the Tolmekians say.
Yeah, and again, like Allison is way more like really pained to say this.
Oh, Baba, please understand. We need to do as the Tolmekians say.
You can like hear the furrow between her eyebrows. She's like, please understand. We must do as they say. Like she's really like emotionally present instead of just like.
おババ様も分かって。
Understand.
この人たちに従いましょう。
Like a little more poised, and that is more like of what she is portrayed visually.
Oh, Baba, please understand.
But it's a highly charged situation. It's a really tense moment. So I think she needs to be there emotionally. Please understand, Baba. Let's do lunch with them sometime. Yeah. Come on, my show. Gohan, time my show. It's the one like it's one of the few Japanese like isms like haimasho. It just rings really weird to me. It just doesn't ever. It hardly ever works for me. It's like haimasho. Instead of the only moment is like the rare instance is like ikimashou, like let's go. But that's all I think about. So any other context emotionally that this comes up, it's just like.
Please try to understand. This is the price we must pay for peace.
What? Okay. Alright. I think villagers are crying and shit. See, like, you don't make out any particular sentences, but the fact that you do hear people actually talking instead of like, ooh, aboo, aboo. They're all crying like uniformly, but it makes sense as a crowd that probably still has a lot of conflicting emotions and feelings that people would be talking amongst themselves on top of crying. This is the end of the. Yeah, I just think it's more realistic. It's just, you know, fleshed out. It's like one woman crying. Are you kidding me? It's like one woman and then like you hear another one in the back. All right, once again. You do hear some voices in this. I like that the synergy was saying let's move as a few scenes ago where they were like let's go. This is the end of the second reel. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah. Heave. Ai, doshita. Now they're actually fucking talking. Which makes the other scenes where they weren't talking even weirder. Shouting Hayaku. I don't know if I put that or that is legit in the Japanese in the subtitle. Hayaku. Ah! 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 Hayaku shiro. Heave, heave. Put it over there. Let's go. Right, even over here.
Let's go! Set it down over there. Let's go.
I don't even know if any of this is subbed, really. I actually I think I have to give it to sub only because like they are saying stuff I just can't totally tell, and because I'm not fluent, I don't know. One of the only argument I would actually have here is that you can actually hear them a lot clearer in the dub, but I think that might just be a matter of like me not being fluent in Japanese. This is probably the line I was most excited to get to.
Nice valley. I think we should keep it.
I really love this valley.
Oh my gosh. It's a pretty valley, don't you think? Nakanaka tani. Tani de wa nai ka. Isn't this a nice valley? Nakanaka ii tani da nai ka. I love how like she treats it as like a kitten that they found. Nice cat. Nice kitty.
Nice valley.
Nice valley. It's cute. It's cute. Like as they're like enslaving them and everything. Like nice valley. And then like a stray cat. Like, oh, a little stray cat that we picked up. I think we should keep it.
Nice valley. I think we should keep it.
And then the way that like her, again, the confidence in her saying that, I think we should keep it.
Nice valley. I think we should keep it.
Right? Instead of pretty valley, don't you think? I'm opposed to this. Because like that again, it's surprising to Kurotoa that she is opting to grow the giant warrior here and control it rather than send it back. But then when they in the dub, when she's like, I think we should keep it, it implies that again, like the Kurotoa is like, you would expect of establishing your own stay here. You can't seriously want to stay here and start a kingdom. Like she makes her intentions clear right at the start, which I really like, and it's also just a really like fun camp line.
I really love this valley.
Cute. Yeah, I think Dub really kills it there. All right, Kurotoa again.
私は反対です。
私は反対です。
本国では一刻も早く巨神兵を運べと命令。
Kyoshinho, the chrysalis. He says the Kyoshinho. Oh, I think this is the particular. The Kyoshinhei. I have a, sorry, I got added on Twitter. Nice valley. Okay. Yeah, Koshinhei.
I must object, Your Highness.
I must object. A little more conversational. I'm opposed. Like, who are you? I must object, Your Highness. You know, he's demonstrating his position.
Our orders are to transport the giant warrior back to Tolmikia immediately.
To transport, I don't know why they transport his chrysalis. They just may as well the Titan home as soon as possible. As soon as possible, immediately, feels more like an order, and you know, again, more succinct. Well, then we go to the performance here.
私は反対です。本国では一刻も早く巨神兵を運べと命令しています。
I must object, Your Highness. Our orders are to transport the giant warrior back to Tolmikia immediately.
I have to tell you, I think what is his fucking name? The performer for Kurotoa, Chris Sarandon. I think he's doing way better than Kayumi in portraying his weariness, like the character design itself, the way that he looks. I just think his delivery overall is much more matching his. Not that that's going to be like an argument for every single performance of his. It hasn't. I think his so far I've been leaning more towards sub for Kurotoa's stuff. But I definitely think in this instance, his delivery as well as the succinctness of the words, I think it's better for dub.
And I loathe it. Your high command wants the creature shipped home to Temecula immediately.
Again, it's actually a lot more closer to Buena Vista as well.
命令は実行不能だ。
命令は執行不能だ. Our orders are not possible.
大型船すらあいつの重さに耐えきれず墜落してしまった。
The transport crashed under the weight of that thing.
Those orders cannot be carried out.
I like that Uma Thurman is actually chastising him, even though he's not the one that gave the order. Those orders can't be carried out. Instead of like, we can't do it.
命令は実行不能だ。
Yeah, they can't be done.
Those orders cannot be carried out.
It's like, you know, it's a little again, that snark. Uma Thurman just really chewing the scenery, I think, in a good way.
The giant warrior is so heavy, even our largest ship couldn't transport it.
And for the longest time, when I heard that line as a viewer, I always thought that, like, even the largest possible ship we could possibly carry, even the largest one we have available to us, couldn't transport it. But then I'm thinking, wait, the one that you were just in was transporting it just fine, apparently. But then the sub is specifically saying, even the transport crashed under the weight of that thing. Again, the wording is kind of...
大型船すらあいつの重さに耐えきれず墜落してしまった。
The giant warrior is so heavy.
The giant warrior is so heavy.
Even our largest ship couldn't transport it.
And then you're actually hearing people in the background too.
The ship couldn't
fire.
船すらあいつの重さに耐えきれず墜落してしまった。
I'm gonna give it to dub. Diegetic. The snarkiness in the first line. And just more clarity. You know, I just think it's more descriptive. Like you can pick. It's so heavy. Your mama's so heavy, or whatever. Those jokes are effective because they're descriptive. You know, it entices the audience to picture something in their mind, and a visual, it just speaks 1,000 words, right?
しかし、まさか本心でこの地に国家を建設するなど。
She interrupts him here.
するなど。
しかし、you're not thinking of establishing your own state here.
しかし、まさか本心でこの地に国家を建設するなど。
だったらどうする？
としたらどうなのだ？
What if I am? You know, interrupting him.
Your Highness, you can't seriously want to stay here and start a new kingdom.
Again, new kingdom, really emphasizing the different Kunis and stuff, your own state. Does he say Kuni?
まさか本心でこの地に国家を建設する。まさか本心でこの地に国家を建設するなど。
I don't think he even says Kuni or anything. Your own state or whatever. I think you can't seriously. And, you know, her rebuttal here makes sense when he's like, Your Highness, you seriously can't want to, you know, he's actually kind of like rebuking her almost, but she's like, here, Masaka, like, there's no way. Instead of you can't seriously, Masaka actually works in that context.
まさか本心でこの地に国家を建設するなど。
Your Highness, you can't seriously want to stay.
Again, his delivery is so good. I think the dub is really good on the delivery of this character because of his smarmy ass mouth and eyes and stuff versus like.
しかし、まさか本心でこの地に国家を建設。
I guess it kind of works, but I can't necessarily wrap it the same.
建設するなど。
Your Highness, you can't seriously want to stay here.
Seriously.
And start a new kingdom.
New kingdom. And I'm debating on whether I like Kushana interrupting him or you know, answering him kind of like fairly. I'm not sure, actually. I'm really torn here. Oh, man.
しかし、まさか本心でこの地に国家を建設するなど。
Your Highness, you can't seriously want to stay here and start a new kingdom.
I kind of don't know if I like her interrupting him. I actually don't know if I like that. The kingdom, country, state thing in the manga, the countries are not referred to as kingdoms. In the frontier countries, the royalty is a little more vague, and in that, the leaders aren't overtly kings. Yeah, I love the smarminess. Yeah. I think he just ekes it out with the delivery, and then I'm not fully sold on the idea of her interrupting him. I'm just not. I just don't know. I couldn't give a particular reason. I don't have good. That's a gut feeling, I think. The Viz translation chose to refer to figures like Jill as chieftains. Huh. Yeah. Omoshiroi. Alright.
としたらどうなのだ。お前はあの化け物を本国のバカどものおもちゃにしろというのか。としたらどうなのだ。お前はあの化け物を本国のバカどものおもちゃにしろというのか。
What if I am? Do you think we should hand over that beast so it can be the plaything of the fools back home?
Then what should I do? You really think I should deliver up that monster as a plaything for those fools back home?
Oh, she has such contempt for them in that delivery.
You really think I should deliver up that monster?
That monster.
化け物を本国。お前はあの化け物を本国のバカどものおもちゃにしろというのか。
Think I should deliver up that monster as a plaything for those fools back home?
And she's delivering in such a candor that's so different from how she was speaking a minute ago. When she was talking to the whole villagers like that in that speech, it's way different than how she's talking now, where she's a lot more like, you really think of the fools back home? Like, you know, I think there's more of a personability to her talking to Kurotoa differently than how she would talk to these peasants and shit. It just makes more sense to me, because she's entrusting him with awakening the warrior as she goes off to Pejite, as she goes off to Tolmikia. But then she talks like the exact same candor as she was earlier.
としたらどうなのだ。お前はあの化け物を本国のバカどものおもちゃにしろというのか。
You know, it just feels a little more like performative and stiff. The smarmy voice reminds me of the manga. Yeah, for Cagliostro. Yeah. Shoot Lupin when she moves away. Not until we have the ring. Yeah. Shoot Lupin when he moves away. Right.
Then what should I do? You really think I should deliver up that monster as a plaything for those fools back home?
I think the difference in her delivery here versus the...
お前はあの化け物を本国のバカどものおもちゃにしろというのか。
Because I think that the wording is almost entirely similar. Beast, he says bakemono, which is monster, really. Yeah, I just really think it's... I think it's dubbed purely on the delivery.
So what if I am? I don't intend to let those idiots back home tamper with my creature.
Tamper with my creature? Oh, self-absorbed.
それはまあわかりますよね。
いや、わかりますね。
私は一軍人に過ぎません。そのような判断は文を超えます。
So this is an important line because the punch later where she's like, Tanekime, or weasel. This has to be a smarmy-ass line, and I don't know if he really sells it performance-wise.
Ah, yes, I do see your point. But I'm just a soldier of Tolmikia. I'm not in a position to make that decision.
It's not my place to make such a decision. I'm not in a position to make that decision. I like the kind of the playfulness and the word choice there. It's not my place to make such a decision. It's not my position to make that decision. I'm just a soldier of Tolmikia. You know, like given the banner and everything, kind of pledging allegiance almost to by mentioning the name. Yes, I do see your point, is a little more conversational, especially the way he's looking at her. It's like, oh yeah, I do see you. I get what you mean.
Ah, yes, I do see your point.
Versus,
それはまあ、
oh yeah, you know.
わかりますよね。
わかりますよね。
私は、
私は、
一軍人に過ぎません。
すいません。すぎません。私は、I don't know about this. 私は一軍に過ぎません. I don't know what 過ぎません is supposed to mean. It's not too much. Just a, yeah, so like simple, kind of like I'm puny or whatever. 過ぎません. I'm nothing. I'm nothing. I'm just a soldier. Told me. I'm just a, yeah. I think it's dub on that one. And then of course, good line here. Tanuki-be.
Weasel.
Oh, so damning. It's a great translation for Tanuki, actually, because the sub here went with fox, which is so annoying to me because kitsunes and tanukis are supposed to be opposites. They're literally supposed, like folklore-wise, if you're characterizing someone as a tanuki, you would not then translate that as the opposite creature. You know, and it's like characterizing someone as a viper, but instead you call them a zangoose in Pokemon terms, if that makes sense. That just doesn't make any sense. So that's weird translation. She says tanuki. And I don't know, like, whether to characterize him as a tanuki or like a shapeshifter, like I think just like as a scoundrel type of thing, like, oh, you little rat bastard, little smarmy ass, right? I don't know what creature equivalent you would call him in that regard. I don't know if tanuki is quite the right word to give it, to be honest with you. And maybe I'm just Pompoko pilled. Maybe that's it. But then yeah, like weasel is just like, yeah, that dude's a weasel, I guess. I don't know. Princess Zangoose, put your mask back on. God damn it. Now I want to see Pokemon Nausicaa, but everyone's Pokemon. Now I really want to see that. Which Pokemon would Nausicaa be? Ah, jeez. Oh, no. Now I'm really going to think about that. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm going to have to go through all the Pokemon and look through them and be like, which one most looks like Nausicaa? Oh, no. Shoot. I don't... Oh, now that I'm going to rack my brain about that. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I prefer to call it a weasel than a tanuki. I'm returning to Pejite. It is going back to Pejite, not to Makia. I was right earlier.
Weasel.
I'm reporting back to Pejite. While I'm gone, begin to awaken the warrior.
I remember something when I was editing this. Watch this. There's a bit of a pause. Versus.
I'm reporting back to Pejite.
There's a bit of a pause there.
I'm reporting.
It's close. There is also a pause between cuts, between the cut and her speaking, but it's minor. It's a little. I thought it was more major than I thought.
Right. While I'm gone, begin to awaken the warrior.
Or maybe it's maybe it was the ha, like him saying right. Yeah, she actually finishes the line a bit quicker than. I think yeah. Check this out. I think it's this part. Hop, bop. It's like that at it. Look at that. This is not. This is what. I can't. It just goes. It's like he barked. It won. Maybe Lucario. Ooh, yeah. You know, I get Lucario can be female. I don't know the percentage of female, but I always see Lucario as a guy. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to see that. Obviously, there's some Pokemon that are more feminine and masculine than others and everything. They can be, you know, I don't know. Kuroto has legendary beatboxing skills. Yeah.
Back to Pegite. While I'm gone, begin to awaken the warrior.
Right.
Look at that.
Right.
That's just way more natural. Obviously, that's Kurotoa down here. That is... He did not say, yes, highness. He said, hi, ha. Actually, not even hi. Ha, ha, ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I'm returning back to it while I'm going to begin to awaken the warrior. Your top priority is the revival of the Titan. I think it's more like a nice agency plan. Like, while I'm gone, begin to do, like, your task is this. Your top priority is the revival of the Titan. Like, yeah, like, no, I don't know. That's too stiff for me. But then obviously the Kitsune thing, the Tanuki thing versus Weasel. I'm going to give it to Dub. That's fair. Yeah. All right. That's Dub there. Oh my god. I totally sored my neck from using that drawing pad too much yesterday. I was going like that the whole time. Sorry. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is so weird. I have to show the whole exchange. I broke it up, but I really shouldn't have. Like, look at this.
They have a gunship?
Sorry. It's so different the way they broke these lines up.
They have a gunship?
Yes, an unexpected find for such a quaint valley.
Again, there's more care and detail in the dub here, where you can hear people grunting in the background, and Kuroto's voice echoes as they enter the castle.
Gunship?
Yes, an unexpected find for such a quaint valley.
Like, really naturally. They sound like they're in a studio again, and then there's nobody in the background here. It's not diegetic as much. I'm gonna give it to Dub here for that echo and everything, but then yeah, also like it's a find. Like, what? I actually like that he gives a real description, an unexpected find for such a quaint valley. And I like, he emphasizes the juxtaposition. Hiroi mono desu. What? All right. I don't know why Google Translate's doing that. Yeah, I like that he's like, unexpected find for such a quaint valley. It's so quaint, you know, like and highlighting this, like, these people of all countries have something like this, a gunship. What's the condition of this gunship? I also like that Kushana is like, they have a gunship? They have a gunship?
They have a gunship?
Like, they have a gunship? What is this condition of this gunship? I actually like that she emphasizes it's their gunship and everything, and there's a little more like, because that happens throughout the movie too, where she's open to being surprised. You know, I like it. Even this early gives her something like that, where she's just like, wow, they got a gunship. It's like, thank you for rescuing me, Nausicaa. It's like, steal from us. That's what I'd do if I were you. If she's not dead, I'd like a chance to get to meet her. You know, she's surprisingly nuanced and open and everything. So I think this is an early subtle indication of that. Instead of like, what's the condition of the gunship, right? You know what I mean? This, yeah. And then, sorry up for using War of the Wind too much.
That's right.
That's right.
I'm going home for a few days. When I return, I hope to find the fire demon revived and ready. Is that clear?
What does he say?
Clear.
Clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this gunship usable?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll confiscate it.
It was confiscated. Like, no shit. All right. Okay.
間違えるな。
You're wrong. Machigayu na.
私は相談しているのではない。
I'm not asking for your opinion.
私は相談しているのではない。
So, very different intention here.
Those are my orders. I'll leave for Pedgite first thing in the morning.
So she's finished. So it's the context is totally different. I think this is sort of like weirdly disruptive.
間違えるな。
You're wrong.
私は相談しているのではない。
I wasn't asking for your opinion.
しかし、姫様をペジテへ連れて行くなど、
But the prisoner
人質5人にガンシップで食料とは。
5 hostages, the gunship, and food.
人質5人にガンシップで食料とは。
I don't know. Like, they just kind of repeated it back to her. It just feels really stiff and weird.
人選は任せる。
Jinsei wa makaseru. I'll let you choose the 5.
明朝の出発までに準備を完了しろ。
Be ready to depart tomorrow morning. Versus, those are my orders.
間違えるな。
Those are my orders.
She's also like, again, it's a matter of her exerting control here. I think especially her position here where she's lounging in this like whole thing and everything. It's just like, she has way more control versus she's like snapping back at them.
間違えるな。私は相談しているのではない。
I did not ask for your opinion.
Those are my orders.
Those are my orders.
I'll leave for Pedgite first thing in the morning.
She just has way more calm and control in that line. Versus, no, you don't understand. I'm not asking for your opinion. Even though she's like, I'm not asking for your opinion. Right? Kushana pulling up the drive-through. Those are my orders. That would be so hype. Oh my god. And then the cash register opens. They're like, aren't 5 hostages, food, and the gunship enough? And then she gives her the card. And then she gives those are my orders. She gives her the debit card. Aren't 5 hostages, food, and the gunship enough? Select your 5 hostages and meet at the cargo barge before tomorrow's departure. I love that so much. Ah! Where did I go? I started at the beginning of the movie. Fucking hell. We've sure done a lot. Anyway, come on. Got like 1 scene. I got like 2 scenes left. Yeah, I have like 3 scenes actually. This is 1 scene, the secret room, and then outside. I'll have a number 9, a number 9 large. Your Highness, you can't seriously be ordering a number 9 large. And what if I am? You really think I would order a number 10 for those fools back home? So good.
間違えるな。
Alright, anyway. Yeah.
You don't seem to understand.
Again, they're like actually more accurate.
I'm not asking, I'm telling you the conditions.
It's crazy. It's crazy how the Warriors dub is actually a little more accurate in a lot of places.
しかし、姫様をペジテへ連れて行くなど。
But Kushana, why must the princess go with you?
See, I like, because this is the line where you learn that she wants Nausicaa to go with her. And like, framing it that way. Take you with her to Pedgite.
But Kushana, why must the princess go with you?
And it's a full sentence. I'm not a huge fan of how they interrupt each other here. Hold on, I have to like show you the full line. Like uninterrupted without me breaking it. Oh my god, food in the gunship? Like, Gold doesn't even string a complete sentence. Like, I'm not fluent in Japanese, but that's not That's not like a full thing. He just like proper nouns. He just does like. And food. Like that's how you would translate it. It's really weird and awkward. Not just like in English, but just like I don't know. It's just really strange. I like that like.
But Kushana, why must the prince?
But Kushana, like why must the princess
go with you?
Too Pegite, right? And he's trying to be more reasonable, right? Like he's actually kind of a reasonable guy, but he just sounds like, oh, Hime-sama! You know, he doesn't even sound that panicked visually either, right? And then Gold this is not a complete sentence versus the dub.
Aren't 5 hostages, food, and the gunship enough?
It actually could, you know, connects to what Mito said, like, why must the princess go with you? Isn't all this enough? Like, you already asked for all this. Actually strings it into a complete sentence. It's a separate sentence. It just makes more sense. I will fight some more forever. Wait, I don't know what that's from. Where is Dub trying hard to win an unwinnable fight? Yeah.
But you can't take Princess Zandra hostage.
You can't take her hostage.
Our food, our gunship, and now our princess?
You didn't... Wait.
Ship enough? Our food, our gunship, and now...
I think he says RR and never mentions hostage. I think he just mentally skips over the word hostage.
Our food, our gunship, and now our princess?
I think the line was supposed to be our hostages, our gunship, our food, and now our princess.
Our food.
But he just like mentally blanked the word hostage, just goes RR.
Our food, our gunship, and now our princess?
Hopeless situation, warriors of the wind. Yeah. Classic. Okay.
人選は任せる。
任せる。
明朝の出発までに準備を完了しろ。
Select your 5 hostages and load up the cargo barge before tomorrow's departure.
And I like that. I was gonna give it to the sub because I think her delivery is really good here. But again, dub makes it one succinct sentence and mentions load up the cargo barge, which is what the scene cuts to next. Which is the next thing that they cut to before tomorrow's departure. Instead of before tomorrow morning. It just looks blunt.
明朝の出発までに準備を完了しろ。
Select your 5 hostages.
Select your 5. And makasero. Like,
人選は
makasero. Instead of like a command. Again, she's keeping in control. It's like, I'll let you choose the 5. I'll give you a concession. Versus a command like, select your 5 hostages. Even though she's letting them choose, she's still framing it as a command.
Select your 5 hostages and load up the cargo barge before tomorrow's departure.
I depart tomorrow morning. I shall expect everything to be ready.
Yeah, okay, warriors. All right, that's fine. And once again, quiet, like a fucking library for some reason.
Take it all! Here, we leave nothing here.
Even if the guy it doesn't need to be saying that stuff, the fact that they're actually grunting, like, that's an actual workplace.
We leave nothing here.
Like, like, very quiet. Like, what? Anyway, yeah, dub here and dub here. Load up the cargo robot before tomorrow's newscast. Select your players. Right. Choose your character. I have to tell you, before I forget, I really appreciate you injecting so much humor and levity into these streams. I really admire it. Also, like it's indicative of your presence. I think where you really do you're so reference laden and like super cute, like the stuff that you're posting and on YouTube and Twitter and everything. All that is just fantastic. I really appreciate it. I just want to say it before if I don't remember it. It's on my mind.
Mito, thank you for accompanying the princess.
Like that's oh thank you. Yeah. That's actual like specifics. It's a, like, you know, I liked when Nausicaa said Gokuro-san to Goal earlier. But I like that, like, you know, the wording is make it be like, hey, I need to talk to you, right?
Mito, thank you for accompanying the princess.
Hey, Mito, thank you for accompanying her, not just volunteering, accompanying the princess, right? And then, you know, again, respond. He's like, no, I'm glad to go. Like, never mind. Washi wa Washirawa Tomokaku. I don't know. Yeah, I just think there's more detail and specifics in that one. Oh, yeah. You're welcome, absolutely.
わしらはともかく見てください。奴ら何もかも持っていっちまうつもりです。わしらはともかく。
Washima Tomokaku. I'm fine.
見てください。
Watch. Look at that. Mite kudasai. Look at that.
奴ら
Why do they say keep your eyes open? What? Who would translate what mite kudasai as keep your eyes open? What? That's just strange.
奴ら何もかも持っていっちまうつもりです。
There it is. Take us. They're gonna screw us over. I know it. What does that mean? That is not what he said.
奴ら何もかも持って
I don't know what they're thinking. Yatsura nani mo kamo, like
持っていっちまうつもりです。
mote. Yeah, I don't. It's like he's. They're planning on taking everything. Yatsura nani mo kamo mote. Yeah, mote take. Shmao. Mote shmao. Sumori desu ze. They're gonna take us everything. And then the dub is actually like kind of accurate, where he's just like, look at those greedy.
No, I'm glad to go.
I'm glad to go. More conversational with Yupa.
But look at those greedy Tomikians.
Again, like melted, not like mite kudasai. Yatsura. Like, look at those greedy Tolmekians.
They're stripping us of everything.
He's so frustrated at that too. Like the performance is with stripping us.
They're stripping us of everything.
Right?
奴ら何もかも持っていっちまうつもりです。
Look at that. Wow. Oh my god. They're taking everything. Wow. Like, no, he should be pissed at that. Keep your eyes open, but Yupa only have one. But Yupa, I only have one. Keep your eyes, because yeah. Right. Mite kudasai with my one eye. He never addresses it. I don't know if they ever address it in the movie. I don't think they do. And I don't know if I'm wondering if the manga does, if they ever mention Mito. I don't think Mito's really a character in the manga, if I'm not mistaken. He's like barely in it. That's like the fucking hilarious line from Godzilla vs. Sea Monster dub, where the terrorist leader tells us, when I command you must be losing your sight. Holy shit. Oh no. That's good. That's like campy. That's fun. That's like something like some Columbo shit, I think. I could be wrong. I don't know.
わしは一度この地を離れ、密かに戻って機会を待つ。何としてもあの化け物の復活をやめさせねばならん。
Again, it's weird. They kind of melt. The sentences themselves aren't like these are. Okay, no, there's two sentences.
わしは一度この地を離れ、密かに戻って機会を待つ。
Yeah, no, like he pauses like here, but then doesn't pause during the actual sentence. Like, look at this. I'm gonna try to highlight. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. Hold on.
わしは一度この地を離れ、密かに戻って機会を待つ。何としてもあの化け物の復活を
You know
や
what
め
I
させ
mean?
ねばな
Like
ら
he
ん。
pauses like around here, and then doesn't over here, and it just makes it like a data. Like
密かに戻って機会を。
this is like an info dump. You know, when I think about info dumps, like, yeah, there's the density of like the terms and stuff like that, but there's also the delivery of the info dump. Like if exposition and character, like if world building and stuff doesn't come off as that, but just the performance, the delivery of that, it's the word choice, it's the execution of the word choice. It's not, you know, not just how many words it is. Mio makes it to the end of the manga. It's other stewards who barely get any development, let alone names. Oh, like Gall and Goza and Mozo and stuff. I see. Yeah, that's fair. I don't remember him too much. I gotta reread it. Probably after this project. I'd say why not. But I just remember, I think I'll enjoy it more on the second read through, because I just remember as being such a giant fan of the film. I'd seen it that many, like 30, 45, 40 times or something, over and over and over again, loved it to bits, and finally read the manga, and I couldn't get over just how different it was in this and that place. So I'm hoping that I'm not as bowled over by that on my reread eventually. Yeah, I don't like his delivery here too much. I'm leaving for the time being. Don't worry about that. I like that he's stripping us of everything. Don't worry about that. He doesn't even like Washua Ichido. Like, he doesn't even address what he said. I'll return secretly and wait for an opportunity. We must stop the revival of the monster at all costs. I like that, again, the contrast is like, don't worry about that, of them stripping us of everything. Our only concern is that the warrior stay dormant. Stop the revival of that monster. I like that the warrior stay dormant, right? I think that just the visual, I think the scripture just makes more sense, I think. And then he actually, like in the dub, like I haven't even played Patrick Stewart's performance here.
Don't worry about that. Our only concern is that the warriors stay dormant.
And it works with the cuts here. Like, look at this. I'm just gonna try to narrate as he says. I'm leaving for the time being. I'll return secretly and wait for an opportunity. Right, there's not much synergy. Like, there's beats here. He's talking with Mito. He turns his head, and then there's a cut. So in the dub,
don't worry about that. Our only concern is that
the warrior stay dormant. It's like he's looking towards the warrior when he does that.
Our only concern is that the warrior stay dormant.
And then he pauses at the cut instead of this. What the fuck is this? He's still talking. Like, that's what makes it so jarring. Versus he pauses at the cut. He takes a breath.
I'm going to leave the valley.
Yeah, and then he actually gives him the thing, what he's going to do.
And I'll slip back and wait for my chance.
I'll return secretly. I'm going to leave the valley, which was the information he was giving at the beginning. I'm going to leave the valley, and I'll slip back. I'll return secretly and wait for an opportunity. And wait for my chance. Which, opportunity and chance reversed, similar to, like, earlier. We must wait for the right opportunity. We must wait for the right chance. My chance, instead of my opportunity. An opportunity, right? Yeah, I just think that it's way more ergonomic, executed better. Reading the manga for the first time is like, what's this? Manga for ants? I at least had the big book. I can understand doing like the original 7 volumes. That could be a little weird. But the big giant tall book, like big storybook looking thing. Which also makes it a lot of fun because it's like you can't put it down for an entire volume because there's you can't tell what maybe this is the case with the individual volumes too, but like you can't tell what a chapter ends and begins. So it's like, well, I'm just gonna watch an episode of Nausicaa, which is I think like an ideal adaptation of Nausicaa is like what they did with Pluto, where they do 7-hour-long episodes. That would be perfect. Ideal. Immaculate. Sounds like the manga scans I've seen for Candy Game. Oh god. Our only concern is that warrior state. I didn't even think about like the warriors of the wind. I didn't even make that connection until now. Holy shit. Squid candy. Oh no. The giant book is so heavy. Even though I just one after another, it's non-stop. Zingers, man. You're killing it. My shelf's pretty good. Yeah. Wait, where is my... Oh yeah, it's the top shelf. I have it with the art book. The top, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, good luck instead of hi.
Good luck.
Hi. Come on. Like your own bakemono.
Good luck.
Good luck. You know, he's actually acknowledging what he's about to do, and this is what I'm going to attempt. Good luck. Like, he could have said "gambate" instead of "oi." He didn't give him an order. Why is he saying "hi"? I'm leaving for the time being. I'll return secretly and wait for a tip. We must stop the... instead of, like, we must stop the revival. Like, yes, we should. Like, yeah, obviously. The best adaptation of Nausicaa will be a 65-episode syndicated Deke Warrior show. My lowest high. No, syndicated Deke Warrior show. No. We don't live in the 80s anymore. I'm sorry.
No.
As much as I'd like to. I don't know if I'd like to. I couldn't tell you. Couldn't relate.
Nausicaa.
Nausicaa.
テト、お前の主はどこにいるのだ?
Oh. All right, there's 3 beats here.
Nausicaa.
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 Why is this? For fuck's sake. Scale? Hello? Oh my god. This thing will not, thank you. Good Lord. What the hell? Yeah, so.
Nausicaa.
Hey, Nausicaa.
Nausicaa.
That's about the same, honestly. I really don't think there's much different there. But I combined them all into one line. Haha. So.
テト、お前の主はどこにいるのだ?
Where is your mistress? Oh, your what? Your mistress? I guess it's cute. It's whatever. Fine. Omae no omuwa. Omuwa? Like king?
お前の主はど...
Arujiwa. Oh, Arujiwa. Yeah, no. He says Arujiwa. On main? No. Owner? Ch. No. Why? Why is it just ch? What happened? Oh, lover is another. Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. Whatever. Jisho. Onegai Jisho. Onegai dasukete. Shu. Aruji. Yeah, here it is. Head of the household. Here's your master. Where's your master and everything, right? Doesn't matter because the dub kills it anyway.
Tato, where has Nausicaa gone?
So his delivery is a lot more like softer.
Tato.
Tato.
テト。
Hey, Tato.
お前の主はどこにいるのだ?
Where's your Arujiwa?
Tato. Where has Nausicaa gone?
Where's Nausicaa gone? Where's she gone to? And it's like, where is she?
お前の主はどこにいるのだ?
Wait, where is she?
Where has Nausicaa gone?
It's way cuter. It's he's talking to a squirrel, so makes sense. Ooh. That's great from Patrick Stewart, really. That just the inhale. Oh. Right? Actual gas breath, like not like a right? Nausicaa and the Wheeled Warriors. Oh no, like Return to Oz? Oh no. Tato, where is your Shibari and ball gag? For fuck's sake. I don't even have it as a mark here, but yeah, that's a thing. Anyway, new Yupa line.
Nausicaa, これはどういうことだ?
What is the meaning of this? Koya doyu koto da?
Nausicaa, what are you doing here?
What are you doing in here? What are you doing here? Not even like Koya.
これはどういうことだ?
Explain this. Koya doyu koto da? What are you talking? What do you mean? What do you mean this is happening, right? which is the baffling part. But I think.
What are you doing here?
Like, I like that his first assumption is that, like, this chamber is filled with toxic plants. Like, he doesn't even assume that she put them there. He assumes that, like, some plants have made their way under the castle, and like, what are you doing in here? Right? Instead of like, what's the meaning of this?
これはどういうことだ? 不快の植物ではないか?
Isn't this the Nausicaa? These are all jungle vegetation.
不快の植物ではない.
Isn't this all vegetable vegetation?
This chamber is filled with toxic plants.
This chamber is filled with toxic plants.
Nausicaa.
Nausicaa.
A little more panic. A little more panic in his voice there. Like, hey!
これはどういうことだ?
What are you doing here?
This has more panic over this line.
不快の植物ではないか?
Isn't this filled with toxic plants?
This chamber is filled with toxic plants.
I actually kind of sense a little bit more wonderment with him. He's like, this chamber is filled with toxic plants. Like, holy, because he can tell that she's not suffering. She's not dead. She should be dead. And she's not. And she's like, this chamber is filled with toxic plants. Oh my god. No, Nausicaa and the Wheeled Warriors, like the cartoon, I think, by Beak. What? Oh, Jace and the Wheeled Warriors. What? I've never heard of this. Jace and the Wheeled Warriors. I highlighted that and it just says, go to channel. Like, no. Ace. Jace. Whoa. I only saw this and I thought they were on roller skates for a second. Whoa. A buzzsaw. Cool. Escape from the Garden of Evil. Yeah, they're running. Oh, they're hoofing it. You must kiss me now. not to poke fun a bunch. Who wrote this? Oh, of course there's a fucking Thundercats 2011 style remake. Obviously it's a DeviantArt thing, but yeah. No, that's funny. There is a buzzsaw! Crazy. Yeah, this does look pretty hype. How many episodes is this? 1 of 65? Oh, you were so... Right on the money, Em. Right on the money. Makes sense. And Weird Proc for suggesting it, of course. Let's see. Did I click on something else? I did. Photoshop. Go away. Yeah. Okay. I think I'll give it to Dump there.
I collected the spores and grew them down here myself.
So, I gathered the spores and raised them. Watashi no hoshi wa. I got the spores. And sonen done this. I raised them.
I collected the spores and grew them down here myself.
I like the specific grew them down here myself. Like, oh, this is she's taking personal responsibility for it. Daijoubu. Again, it's definitely distinctly too, even though it's just daijoubu, comma, it's like it's don't worry, it's all right. They're not poisonous. It's enough of a pause for sure.
Don't worry, the plants aren't poisonous.
She's a lot more like, again, like monotone, like very like similar tone here. It's like this. It's like almost robotic.
I collected the spores and grew them down here myself. Don't worry, the plants aren't poisonous.
She still kind of has a similar monotone cadence, but there's still like a.
Don't worry, the plants aren't poisonous.
They're poisonous, you know. Sandra and Teto and their flying machines. Yeah. Yeah, the more I'm like, I think it's just like it's sub. I think it's, you know, just fine. Not poison. Not poisonous.
They're not poisonous?
They're not poisonous? So this is, I think this is important. Tashikari koko no kuki wa. He actually takes a breath. He actually breathes in.
It's true. The air is pure in here.
It's true. Yeah, it's clear in here, but daga, right? Nausicaa, but why? But how? The arsenic plant is in full bloom. Yeah, so this one right here. Even though the highly poisonous flower has flowers, Modoku no hisokusari. Yeah, here it is. Hisokusari. Kusari-ga. Yeah, hyokusari-ga. This arsenic plant? He names it. He names it. Why didn't you name it? It's right there. Modoku no the poisonous hisokuri is blooming. Hana o tsukere is coming. Its flowers are blooming or whatever. Like Dick Dashley and the Muttley. Y'all and your D cartoons, man. Yeah, no, like it's way more concise here. Like he actually smells.
It's true.
It's true.
The air is pure in here.
Purer than like upstairs. It's pure in here. This is like, which is like even more emphasis on it.
But I know these plants from the jungle.
And look, again, they break some. Even if there's no even if there's no flaps here, it's just beard flaps. They break the sentence up by his head turn.
But I know these plants from the jungle. These are some of the most lethal.
Right? Versus, oh sorry.
There's
no consideration for it. He just says words. And obviously, like.
But I know these plants.
These plants. Why is he? I mean, why in the Japanese script he's only mentioning the hyokarega whatever, which is probably this middle plant right here, but he's looking at 3 plants very clearly. So the dub being like, I know these plants from the jungle.
But I know these plants from the jungle. These are some of the most lethal.
And like emphasizing, it's like, these are some of the most lethal, but the plant is in full bloom. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Come on. Easy dub.
ここの水は城の大風車で地下500メルテから上げている水です。
Again, more like Des. She's so like strict, like straightforward.
ここの水は城の大風車で地下500メルテから上げている水です。
This water is brought up from 500 meters underground by the castle's giant windmill.
I irrigated this chamber using water drawn from deep underground by the castle windmill.
I like that again. She does this in the first line too, but here even more. It just sounds like it's just, oh yeah, this water is brought up by over here, instead of like I irrigated this chamber using water.
I irrigated this chamber using water drawn from deep underground by the castle windmill.
Yeah. Much better.
砂は同じ井戸の底から集めました。
I gathered the sand from the bottom of the same well.
砂は同じ井戸の底から集めました。
It sounds like she gives responsibility to her. She gives credit to herself for doing that. Suna wa onaji no soko kara atsu. Yeah, so this part, atsu. Was collected. The sand was collected from the bottom of the well. Yeah. The sand was also collected from the bottom of the same well. Basically, I gathered. She didn't really say that. She doesn't really give herself credit here. Instead, the dub does though. I used soil drawn from there as well.
I use soil drawn from there as well.
Nausicaa says merute here, a fictional measurement from the manga, presumably to be analogous to meters. Who would have thought? Who would have think? Right. They don't even metoru kara merute it's the Japanese script I have says meteru, not meture, but
ここの水は城の大風車で地下500メルテから
shikaku metre, yeah.
地下500メルテから地下500メルテから地下500メルテから
Shigaku meruta.
地下500メルテから
Meruta. Yeah, you're right. I think she does go meruta.
地下500メルテから
Meru.
から上げて
Yeah, she goes
地下500メルテから
meruta kara. Weird.
I use soil drawn from there as well.
Right. Third part.
きれいな水と土では不快の木々も毒を出さないと分かったの
If you give them clean water and soil, the plants of the jungle aren't poisonous.
きれいな水と土では
With clean water and soil.
不快の木々も毒を出さないと分かったの
Wakata. I discovered. Wait a minute, where is that in this script part?
きれいな水と土では不快の木々も毒を出さないと分かったの汚れているのは土
That's different from this script. What is going on? Yeah, she says like Chide wa fukai no kigi mo doku o dasanai tono. Which is not what she says here.
きれいな水と土では不快の木々も毒を出さないと分かったの
She definitely says like I discovered, like wakata, right? Like I understood.
水と土では不快の木々も毒を出さないと分かったの
She's like, I understand. It's to my understanding that even with the clean water and soil, the plants of the jungle aren't poisonous.
I found that with clean water and soil, the plants from the toxic jungle aren't poisonous.
Which is what she says in the sub, I think. It's just not translated like that. That's so weird. That is so weird. Okay.
汚れているのは土なんです
Is the soil. What's the poisonous is the soil.
汚れているのは土なんですこの谷の土ですら汚れているんですなぜ
All right, this is really interesting for timing and stuff. I have the Netflix captions complete with parenthetical furigana if you need that for future parts. That'd be sick, yeah. I wonder if it's how much it differs from the script that I currently have, which is probably like pretty old. It says meters there, but it could have been a spelling correction. Yeah, exactly.
I found that with clean water and soil, all the poison is in the soil.
All the poison is in the soil. It's the soil that's polluted. I actually really like I think the frame, because this is like science-y world building stuff, like to really understand what the jungle is doing. Really important stuff. So that needs to be like really clear. I think it's clearer to be like, aren't poisonous. All the poison is in the soil. Instead of like, if you get the plants of the jungle aren't poisonous, it's the soil that's polluted. It kind of works, but when you say poisonous, all the poison is in the soil. Instead of aren't poisonous, it's the soil that's polluted. Because even in the Japanese script, she's not using the same word there. Like, I think she says doku, which is poison. Of the rotten seed does not emit toxins. Dokuo, right. This kanji right here, doku, poison. She used doku. So to use doku, I don't think she does. Look, I don't see the kanji there. Yogorete iru no wa tsuchina desu. It's the soil. Dirty. Yogorete, the dirty part is the soil. Right, so they're not using the two words there. I like, repetition and stuff, it's for particular moments. So in this instance, I think it's better that all the aren't poisonous. All the poison is in the soil. Even the topsoil in our valley is polluted.
All the poison is in the soil. Even the topsoil in our valley is polluted.
And I really like the pause here instead of "Naze," but why? Because like he just said that in the Japanese script. He's just like Nausicaa.
Nausicaa.
Nausicaa. But why? And now she gives him all these answers. But why?
誰が世界をこんな風にしてしまったのでしょう。
This is the most important line. It's the trailer line. It's a big line. Even the soil of the valley is polluted. Naze, who could have done this? Darega. Darega. Sekai o konna kaze ni shite shimatta no desu. Desho. I wonder who could have done this. Who made the world this way? Who? The world. How did the world get to this, right? And the naze, the punctuation of like her figuring all this out is punctuated in the sub with naze. But what's punctuated in the dub after this long pause, after she accuses, like I like that it cuts to Yupa's face when she's like, even the topsoil in our valley is polluted. Like our valley is not above all this shit. It's also just as polluted and shit. But after she says that, instead of why?
But
after all that, she's understood all this. She's really understood everything. There's one question she has left. She's gotten this far. She has one question. Her question isn't, wait, how could these not be poisonous? It's, I don't understand.
Who could have polluted the entire Earth?
And a little pause at the end. I mean, Patrick Stewart comes in pretty quick after that.
Polluted the entire Earth.
The little pause right there. Who could have polluted the entire Earth?
But I don't understand.
I don't understand. Like how did they do this? How did they get to this point? Who could have polluted the entire Earth? They're just making this like big statement, and obviously it's supposed to make a big statement about humanity. It's the trailer line of like, who could have polluted the entire Earth? Oops, who else but us, humans, right? And it worked. It's the same kind of line in the sub. Darega. Who did it? Who made it like this, right? It doesn't land the same way, I don't think. Even if it's translated like this, why? Who could have done this? I don't understand. Wakanimasen. After all, like, even if you were to translate this back into Daga, wakanimasen. You know what I mean? Like, translating this English script back into Japanese, I think it would be better. I think I'm feeling that. Why are people like this? Why are people like, there are people like Kushana? Why is there so much trouble in this world? Right. Who could have done this? Who could have polluted the entire Earth? You know? Yeah, so there's a other little bits here and there that I think the dub is better in marginal ways, but it's that last line, once again, that just really sells it, really delivers that punch. Not to mention of Allison's performance here. Again, it has this like reservedness, like she's known this for a while and she's really beat up and kind of like hollow. She's carved out from today's events, but she still has a spark of curiosity and intrigue here.
I irrigated this chamber using water drawn from deep underground by the castle windmill.
Again, she's also like emphasizing certain words.
I irrigated this chamber using water drawn from deep underground by the castle windmill. I used soil drawn from there as well. I found that with clean water and soil, the plants from the toxic jungle aren't poisonous. All the poison is in the soil. Even the topsoil in our valley is polluted.
Right? Like, she still has, like, kind of like a reserved tone, but she's still punching particular words. But I don't think Sumi is here.
城の大風車で地下500メルテから上げている水です。砂は同じ井戸の底から集めました。きれいな水と土では不快の木々も毒を出さないと分かったの。汚れているのは土なんです。
That's the only time she really does that.
この谷の土ですら汚れているんです。
You know?
なぜ?
But I really like that they kept the pause here, even if they didn't have to, right? When there's no mouth flaps, you can say whatever you want. You could have said anything there, even more. You could have said you could have actually kept like a whole full sentence there going. But they used this part here. But instead of Dariga, I think that's what this is here. That's so weird. Like, they actually are more faithful to the lip flaps than the Japanese. Of course they are, but yeah. Dariga. But
I don't understand who could have polluted the entire earth.
And like her sympathetic, the entire earth. Like, oh.
The entire earth.
So good. It's so good. Wow, he's really revered by it. He's like, oh my god. You did this on your own.
You discovered this all on your own?
Yeah, it's really close, but I think Naya takes that one. I'm really sold on that delivery.
ええ、父やみんなの病気を治したくて。でも、もうここも閉めます。さっき水を止めたから、やがてみんな枯れるでしょう。
I wanted to cure father's illness.
父やみんなの病気。
Chicha ga Chicha ya mina no. And everyone else's byoki. I wanted to cure father's and everyone else's illness.
父やみんなの病気を治したくて。
I wanted to fix everyone else's illness. But
もうここも閉めます。
This place will be dead soon. Kokomo. Like, this place will also be dead soon.
もうここも閉め。
Kokomo shinemasu. This place will also die.
もうここも閉めます。
Mo kokomo shinemasu.
さっき水を止めたから。
I just stopped the water earlier. Saki.
水を止めたから。
I stopped the water, so.
やがてみんな枯れるでしょう。
Again, the cutting in the show is so weird. It's like, wouldn't the water all stop? Of course the water will all stop. The show. You know what I mean? It's just, yagate minna karu de show. Eventually they'll all wither away. So I'll go for Allison. Who could have polluted the entire earth? Yeah.
Yes. I was hoping to find a cure for father's illness. But...
Where does he put demo? It's so weird how delayed it is. Look at that.
But...
She actually gives a whole breath, like... You know? She fills that, they fill those lip flaps up. I was hoping to find a cure. She doesn't even know if it's possible. I wanted to cure father's illness and everyone else's. I was hoping to find a cure for father's illness.
It's too late now. I'm shutting down.
It's too late now. I'm shutting down. I'm wondering, that's a tight race, I think, because I like this line, this place will be dead soon, that this place will also die, like her dad. Like, just because her dad died, this place will also die with him, basically, because it was made for him, right? Whereas, it's too late now. I was too late. I failed. You know, and I'm shutting down. I missed it. I couldn't do it. I failed. You know, putting more on herself, more blame on herself.
But
and beating herself up would make a lot of sense in this situation because she's beating herself up so much for killing those guys. So she's in this kind of like this really dark, depressive place. And I think that's reflected when she's like, it's too late now. I'm shutting down. I've already cut off the water. Instead of tomemasu, mizu kara. How did she rephrase this? Demo shinemasu. How did she phrase this with the water? I just drained the water. Saki mizu kara yagete mina mizu kara. So like, I just poured some water, right? I think she actually cuts herself off. She actually doesn't really like finish that part of the sentence. It's just like everyone will wither up and everything. So it's like the synapses connect basically. I've already cut off the water, like I stopped it. Soon these plants will wither and die, and her delivery is, I want to contrast it with Sumi's.
さっき水を止めたから、やがてみんな枯れるでしょう。
Right? Like,
I've already.
It almost sounds like Sumi says, like, that was the right thing to do, right? I did it. Yeah, it's gonna wither away, huh?
さっき水を止めたから、やがてみんな枯れるでしょう。
Kalun de show. Yeah, because it's yep, that's what we're gonna do. Yep, I guess fuck it, fine. Right? Little rage quitty. But then
I've already cut off the water. Soon these plants will wither and die.
She's like accepting it. She's like, these plants will wither and die. Like all things, you know, like her dad was going to die either way. Not just like everything dies eventually, but really like this illness was killing him. Can't fly anymore. He already died, and you know, it's like he was gonna die either way. So she's just trying to use this as a way, like, these plants will wither and die once you cut off the water. That's it. That's how life works. And she's just trying to rationalize it mentally when she's doing that. She's assuming these plants will wither and die. And she's trying to like, yeah, just like
plants will wither and die.
I just think like, and that tone leads way more into her crying like this. She sounds composed even at the end here. It's like, oh, damn it. Which we'll get to the crying, but it's what you expect. I too have the Jillness. No, the Jillness! No! No, not the Jillness! No! No! 6 months from now, my hand will be as hard as Jawbreaker's. Father's Jillness. For Father's Jillness. No! King Jillness? Shut up. Definitely works with the ruminating. I agree. Yeah, I think all those points. I think that kills it there. And this is kind of a no shit, unfortunately. It's kind of what you expect. I like that she makes more noise as she goes on because she realizes she's doing it again, where like every bit of emotion that's not a word, she just like keeps it too tucked in. She's way too tight. She's like I get it. There are some people that like quiet cry. I could certainly do that. I could see myself doing that. Like, it's a good cry, don't get me wrong. It's effective, right? But it's exactly indicative of every other S effect, like her gasps, her grunts, her winces. They're all like But then like she does, so she's like realize it's like she realizes she does have to emote a little more. You know, like whimpering. But then yeah, M is correct. M is absolutely correct. Allison. Like, I get, like, if you could picture her in the booth, that, like, she's faking it or whatever, like, okay, sure. But, like, that is actual, like... And it's also muffled. Like, listen to this. Is she even in his, like... She's muffled in his, like... Right? But she sounds clear as day! It sounds like she's just doing it in the air! But then actually sounds like she's like under a coat, like talking like this. Like... She cut off the water to the fungi, but not her tear ducts. Yeah. Unfortunate. Should have thought of that. You're not thinking. Yeah. All right.
Nausicaa.
Oh, Goro. Killing it.
Nausicaa.
I think it's good, but he does just kind of sound the same, like sort of like Mito subs problem with Hime-sama, right? Sometimes Patrick Stewart does say Nausicaa a little samey, a little too many times.
Nausicaa.
It's good. It's a good performance. It's a good moment. But Goro actually like seems devastated by it. He's like, oh,
Nausicaa.
Oh, I think he really delivers that one. He needs more lines like that, man. Yeah, for real, for Widproc, for real. All right. I'm afraid of myself. Jibun ga kawaii. Watashi.
憎しみに駆られて何をするかわからない。もう誰も殺したくないのに。
I don't want to kill anyone else. I'm gonna break this up in little bits too.
自分が怖い。
All right, that's all she says there in that cut.
I'm afraid of myself, Lord Yupa.
She's you can hear her like a little snot. Like it actually sounds like she's been like crying. You know, actually crying.
I'm afraid of myself.
Like even I don't know if it's just the muffle, but you notice how like distorted she like her her mouth sounds so wet. You know, like when you're crying, you become a like sobbing mess. It's the snot. It's like your mouth gets wetter. It's obviously that everything. Your face gets so. If you're actually crying, the face gets hot. It gets contorted. If you're trying to say anything, it will come out really blubbery.
I'm afraid of.
Like the way she says, "Afraid of myself."
I'm afraid of myself, Lord Yupa.
And then you hear like the sniffle too, right? She's like so actual, like a little more reserved, performed, pretty refined, perfect type of deal. Definitely scared. Like she definitely sounds like actually forlorn about it. It's a good performance for sure. Those big old estrogen tears. No, men can do that too. I'm not saying like it's you see the woman. This is crying like a woman. No. I will go on the mat for men crying manly tears. That they'll do this. You know, it's not all you know, the kaiji crying, right? This is like the first episode. He just does the yeah, here it is. He looks totally fine, and then yeah, it's like that. He looks like totally manly serious and just cries out naturally, but that's not how people cry. He cries a lot more accurately throughout the series, like this. Yeah, like again, like I don't even know what episode of Ken this is from, to be honest with you. Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. そこの底の底でも実感磁力突入! Oh shit. I really yeah. Let's go. Oh, it's just relatable that. Oh, fair. Uh
憎しみに駆られて何をするかわからない。
I don't know what I'll do if I don't know what my rage can drive me to do. That's pretty good, accurate. I think that's a good translation of it.
憎しみに駆られて
My raging body, karada de?
何をするかわからない。
I don't know what I'll do. But I like that this is way more clear-headed and almost feels like it's framed as a lesson, like a Deke lesson, like a you know, like the end of Sailor Moon Deke. They were like, today we learned that don't talk to strangers. Like I had no idea that my rage could drive me to kill. I just love that idea. The Deke end of episode thing. The result of the rest of like, what we learned today, kids, your rage can drive you to kill. Oh my god, that's great.
I had no idea that my rage could drive me to kill.
Again, she's just delivering it so hard. But then, yeah, I had no idea I had that in me. That my rage could drive me to kill. No more killing. All this killing must stop. I can't bear to have anyone else die. And, like, so, and it reflects with, like, her sacrificing herself at the end of the movie. I can't bear to have anyone else die. Not just, like, get hurt, but die. And I get, like, I don't want any more blood on my hands. What she says here.
もう誰も殺したくないのに。
I don't want to kill anyone else. She doesn't just say, I don't want any more blood on my hands. She says, more. What kind of name?
わからない。
Mo.
もう
Yeah. Mo. 誰も Yeah. 殺したくないのに. Two. Hold on. I don't want to kill anyone. Yeah, she says, like, I don't want to kill anyone anymore. But it's even stronger where she's like, no more killing. It has to stop. You must stop. Because that's like the next, a scene or two after this. She doesn't care if the Pejite soldier, Asbel, is killing her enemy. She's just stop it. All this killing must stop.
I had no idea that my rage could drive me to kill. No more killing. It has to stop.
And she's just like feels so hopeless and like almost a child would just be like, it has to stop.
No more killing. It has to stop.
Like, stop it. I think the Italian dub was really bellissimo. I'm afraid of myself, Yupa. I don't want to be, but I feel my heart boiling with hatred. Ooh. That is really good. I do like that. I think these other lines, even the sub is more connective tissue with the rest of the movie. But yeah, I like that. Yeah. I don't want to kill anyone else, Beavis. Shut up. God damn it. Clear as a bell. Not in his shoulder at all. Stop it. Get some help. It has to stop. Get some help. Like, I get people can like silent cry, like that's fine, but man. She actually kind of like recovers. There's actual development. She doesn't just be like, oh boo-hoo, oh boo-hoo, oh boo-hoo, oh boo-hoo, like the whole time. She actually kind of like, oh. Oh, yeah, she actually kind of reels back from it. Yeah. No, I said stop killing people. She does basically do that in the other scene. You must stop. That's so good. Oh my god. Her little creature coming out of her hair is distracting me each time it comes out of her hair. So cute. Oh yeah. I watched this movie recently. Yeah, no shit. No, when I told my parents about this project, my mom wanted to watch the movie. So we watched because she apparently had never seen it. I could have sworn she did, and she just forgot, but I guess not. It was actually really funny because she was like, wait, so because she sees like the big nuke at the end, like the big giant warrior doing the big explosion, and she's like, wait, how old were you when you rented this movie? I was like 8 or 9 or 10. She's like, what? She had no idea. I thought I told her. That's so funny. No, but she had apparently never seen it, and it's like man, Miyazaki, because she was like, that fox squirrel is so cute. Yeah, she's like, she couldn't get over how cute the fox squirrel was, and I'm like, yeah, he knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. Yeah, there needs to be a cute pet sidekick. That doesn't need to, a little MacGuffin thing, but otherwise, meh. It's time to stop. No, yeah, she basically does that. All right, last scene, finally. This stream is going to be about as long, if not a little longer than the last one. Great, but under 5 hours. Cute. It's cute. It's good, but it's not Japanese. Thing Japanese.
We gathered these for you. Chico nuts. You can take them on your trip.
That's good. All right, so I want to analyze this second line because the first one I think is no contest, but we gathered these. Chike no mi. We're giving them to you. Hino-ne-sama ogemasu. You can take them on your trip.
We gathered these for you. Chico nuts. You can take them on your trip. For you. Chico nuts.
The face doesn't really match what she said. Chico nuts. The Chico nuts. Right? They're Chico nuts, right? It's just this. Sorry. It's too no contest. All right. Mina, the Mina. That's another like when they say that, there's no escaping it.
こんなにたくさん大変だったろうに。
大変だったろうに, right?
ありがとう。大事に食べるからね。
They're crying.
ありがとう。
Like that's me watching this movie. Hey, it's me.
Oh my.
Oh my.
There's so many. You must have worked very hard.
I think she kills that line. But unfortunately. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh.
ありがとう.
And she is so much nicer.
Thank you. I'll think of you when I eat them.
I'll think of you when I eat them.
大事に食べるからね。
I will treasure them. 大事に食べるね。
大事に食べるからね。
I'll treasure them as I eat them.
I'll think of you when I eat them.
I'll think of you. It's a little creepy. No. No, it's fine. I actually want to separate this line between, because the girls are still killing it. I think Nausicaa herself, actually, I think it's Allison that takes that one. As much as I love the Mina. It's not cute. It's like, wow.
Oh my.
Oh my. Like she's clearly performing the way that she's talking to the kid and everything, and like really trying to care and everything.
There's so many.
There's so many. Oh wow, there's like 5. Wow. Now that with M and we're talking everyone in here, I like clowning on the movie a lot. It's really funny.
こんなにたくさん
There's a lot.
大変だったろうに
Wow, you did it hard. That must been hard.
You must have worked very hard.
You must have worked very hard. It's like, it's like really cute. But then the girls, like, they're fine. They're a little more naturalistic. But man. Wait, what do you do? What do you do? What are you supposed to do? I'll include their little and everything into this like part here with "we're scared, don't go."
We don't want you to go.
Yeah, like that's obvious. Like the "we don't want you to go" is kind of like, yeah. But this is really cute. Kawaiso, like, oh, poor princess. I don't know why they say "we're scared." I don't know why they say that, but like kawaiso, like, oh, it's too bad. Like, I feel bad for you. Like, what? I don't want you to go. Like kawaiso, like, oh, that's way cuter. Yes. Yeah, it looks weird when put like that, but whatever, I'm doing it. Yeah. Love it. Right? He loves it. He might be addicted. That's it was a reference to when during the pandemic with DoorDash and everything and all these delivery places, delivery apps, there was one where we ordered from a pizza place and they allowed you to like make these like a share it on social media that you ordered from this place or whatever. And one of the it's like a bunch of, like you can attach a BG and like a fancy text or whatever and like have that as like a picture and stuff, kind of like a Facebook thing. It was like a pizza, it's like a various pizza BGs, and then one of the captions is, "He loves it, he might be addicted." And my roommates and I just like lost our shit over that. It's like, and just like kept quoting it. "He loves it, he might be addicted." I put it in one of my videos too. Which one was it? I think it was in a Naruto video. One of them, yeah. I think it was the Hinata section. Hurry up! Get in the ship! I think both of them are appropriately kind of robotic and stiff and curt. Hurry up! Get in the ship! I like both, but I gotta go with sub. Just because I don't think there's much of an argument in favor of dub. Scared she won't return, maybe? Right.
みんなもう泣かないで大丈夫よ私はすぐ帰ってくるわ
I'll come back. 大丈夫は
みんなもう泣かないで
Don't cry now.
大丈夫よ
It's alright.
私はすぐ帰ってくるわ
I'll come right back.
All right, I must go now.
I like the politeness, everything,
There's no need to cry. I'll be back very soon, okay?
Oops.
Soon, okay?
Now, clearly, I am a fan of this line because I quote it in my I'll be back screen. But thing Japanese. Sa mina nakanai de daijoubu. Like, it's so good. It's just the wording's good, It's just like, I like the words. I like the things they say. Dub actually sounds like it's in a helmet. Oh yeah, with the soldier. No, I agree. No, that's totally fair. But that's gonna be the case dub sub wide. I can kind of hear it. Hurry up! Get in the ship! It's definitely more prominent in the dub though, for sure. Okay.
本当に You mean it?
Good effort. Good try. Good attempt. Good effort. Too bad. Do you see what I mean? When it's just words like these particular words.
本当に
Right? It's like you can translate that any which way as long. Obviously, if it's wrong and stupid, then that's one thing. But it doesn't matter. Even if it's translated wrong and stupid, I know what hontoni means. It doesn't matter how you translate that. You know, so the nuances of really and you mean it doesn't matter.
あら、私が嘘ついたことあった？
Have I ever lied to you? Have I ever lied to you?
私が嘘ついたことあった？あら、私が嘘ついた
嘘ついたことあった？
ことあった？
Of course.
Of course.
Have I ever broken a promise to you?
What's the? What do you think? I think this is a little tighter race. A little tighter race here. Have I ever lied to you? Versus have I ever broken a promise to you? I'll come right back. Have I ever lied? I'll be back very soon. It's no like. You didn't promise explicitly. Ara versus of course. Again, that's more conversational, right? I think that's more conversational. Have I ever broken a promise to you? I think that's really close, but I think it's dub. Yeah. All right.
Night.
Night.
No.
No. Again, sorry. I don't know why never. I don't know why they do never, but that's fine. Never's a good trade. I guess that's good for the moment. Ne?
See?
So that I don't know what she was supposed to say there. Like I don't know what would have been better than C. It's a good translation of that part. Yeah, dubbed by a little. C just is really awkward for this moment of like, have I ever broken a promise to you? No. C, like, see what? Versus ne is like, yeah, right? I think right would have worked. Again, she did that with Tato when she goes right in the dub. That was way better than ne in the sub. But here, I think the sub takes that one because it just makes more sense. Hontone? Why did they translate it as promise? That's not what she says. That's yakusoku. Hontone? Like, really? Because she's repeating herself here. Hontoni? Hontone? Like kind of like reassuring it. It's like, yeah, you're sure? But then...
You'll come back, huh?
I think that you'll come back to this music, to this particular sting of the music is really good.
You'll come back, huh?
You know? I think she just like repeating herself, but you'll come back to reinforce. She never, like, Nausicaa doesn't say hontone, but she says, I'll be back very soon. You'll come back, huh? He's listening to her, right? And then the sting to that just really works. And the again, it says so cute. Allison. Sa, habanai kara. Oh. Stay careful, it's dangerous.
Now be good while I'm gone.
That's way better to end their conversation on. The last thing she says to them is, it's dangerous, or be good while I'm gone. Especially with the music sting. Are you kidding me? Like the little dun-dun-dun, like Hisaishi whipping it.
Now be good while I'm gone.
Bruh! Like, no shit! Like, no shot! It's easy! Dib-dub-dibadoom. Dug-dibadome. It's so no contest. Kito ne. Yeah, Kito. That's it. Promise. That makes sense. That's good.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Bye. Bye. Yeah, no, it's sub. Easy. Easy money. Easy money. That soundbite's so good. I have to know where I think it's his sound. I think it's Nate's soundbite.
Good luck! Take care of the princess! Protect her!
I like that there's distinct words there. They kind of just yell. What does they say here? Take care. Ato yoroshiku na. It's okay.
Good luck! Take care of the princess! Protect her!
I think it's very deliberate, specific, really clear. I like that. I like that as a beat to end the scene off and everything. Protect her. Even though what are they gonna do? Yeah, I think it's a great ending point for that scene and for this VOD. It's ogre. Yay! We made it. A little at the same time as a little bit at the same time as the last stream. Perfect. We're making great time. I realize you can see the back of my door there. Yeah. So I don't know how they did. Let's see how the dub sub did. Let's see how many. I'll kind of count the sub. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. $12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I didn't judge this one. Oops. 19. Oh yeah, 19. It's still 19. I thought I was missing that one. All right, 19 still. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 25. Ooh. Okay. $239 minus 137. About there was about 100 lines. 25. Ooh. Still a bit of a blowout on the end of the on the side of the dub. But that's what we're here for. That's what we're here to prove anyway, right? And if anyone wants to do this, by all means. That's what I'm thinking. Good place to end. Another great session. Yeah, I'm very happy you guys were here. I'm always glad to have you. Thank you so much. And it's another these series that I do, because it's the same thing every week, and it's a lot of a lot of work, especially a lot of work off stream for this one. There's a lot of prep work that goes into this one. You guys, this commentary, the things we do here, this is what makes it really worth it. So I really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for being a part of it. And I'll see you next time, hopefully next week. Yo, peace.